in my head and popped right back out again, but it had to do, I think, with the chief of police or something. It was a good story.
Good evening.
Never mind.
Well, Chambers,
Computer it all today.
today is Tuesday, May 28, 2019. It is 6:01 p.m. We're in the city chambers. I call the commission regular meeting to order. Those present with me are Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor McDowell, myself, Mayor Hanks, Commissioner Carasone, Commissioner Emmerich, City Attorney Slayton, City Manager Lear. We have Assistant City Clerk Taylor. We have our Recording Secretary, Ms. Hale. We have our Chief of Police there in the back, Mr. Garrison, and our Fire Chief, Titus, back there. So if you would, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by our Assistant Clerk.
I pledge allegiance to
Approval of the agenda, please.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's take a vote. Our screen went blank.
Well, we did it now. I made a motion and it just threw everything off.
That's why we don't let you do that.
I know it.
Are we good? Oh, do it again, do it again.
I got you.
That vote comes out 10-0.
Yeah.
Say aye. Oh, and we pass unanimously. There we go. All right, we'll move on to public comment.
Mayor, I do not have anything for general public comment. The majority of the comment that we have is for the YMCA, which we will hear at that time.
All right, then we will move on to announcements. Deputy Clerk?
Current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Northport Police Officers Pension Board of Trustees, Northport Youth Council, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utility Advisory Board, Zoning Board of Appeals. The upcoming expirations for the following advisory boards and committees: Art Advisory Board, Citizen Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board. One Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization's Tamiami Trail Scenic Highway Committee. If anyone would like more information, please see the clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to general business. Item 4A and commission, I would like to combine these two because they're kind of relative. If you guys wouldn't mind to combine both of these items, would that be okay?
Yes, no problem. I was actually gonna ask should we not have 4D directly after B?
I don't have a 4D.
Well, it's on page 5, and it's the discussion of the Kiwanis city fees. See how we've broken up the general business?
Oh, I got you.
You see what
Okay, I
I'm
see
saying?
what you're
And
saying.
I'm thinking, I mean, instead of Kiwanis having to stay here through all of the.
Yeah, we can pick them up immediately after,
Directly
if you
after
guys
B.
wouldn't mind. So we'll bring D up after B?
Yeah. 6D. Oh, wait,
No, not D. It would be, yeah.
It is.
Yeah, D.
it's
Yep.
D, but I think it's 4.
Yeah, general business D.
D.
Which is,
You
No,
say
no,
it's
no,
the
no,
A.
no, they're just asking to pull it up to be after A and B.
We need a motion, I guess, to do that since we already approved the agenda, right?
I don't know, do we need a motion or will a consensus do? Move that item?
Agreement among the board is fine, you don't need a motion.
So are you guys okay to
Yeah.
just?
As long as it's not combined with the
Right,
Y.
no,
Thank you.
we're not
I'm
combining.
waiting for the rest of it.
Oops, wrong one. All right, so we're moving on to item A and B. This will be discussion of possible action for Dallas White Park, construction of daycare and other tenant buildings. Also, the discussion of possible action regarding YMCA pool and possible future plans. Do I have any public comment?
Do you want to
concerning
hear
this?
public comment? I
Yeah,
don't know
I
if
think I want to hear
there's.
it first. So that way we can move, yeah. Okay, so we're going to start with public comment on these. I have, as I name you, I'm going to name three, and if you could just come up. You'll stand up to the podium, just state your name for the record. And I have Bill Huff, can't really read, sorry. Pete Nesbitt. and
Thank you.
Corey Nesbitt.
I'd like to speak on behalf of the YMCA building and the closed closet in particular.
Can you
The
please
city-
state your name, sir?
Name is William Hall,
Thank you. Hall.
Quantascope of Northport. Continuing on, I'd like to speak about the closed closet and the need for the continuance of the closed closet in the city of Northport. It's essentially important that we continue that service that it provides for our schools and for the children and for foster families. It provides clothing, recycled uniforms for the various schools that require school uniforms. In the case of the school programs, if a young child has an accident, they're closed. Once a year, we provide a fundraising and material raising period that we collect underwear, socks, and shoes and provide those to the schools in Northport, all the way from the primary through high school. And in the primaries, it's very essential and that we provide the underwear and the socks and shorts if they can provide, if they're available. In support of that, we also provide those same items to the clothes closet, which is housed in the YMCA building currently. And as you know, there have been some physical problems with that structure, and we would, it's important that we continue that program. It's important for the families in need, and it's important for the children in our community. It's a no-cost operation to the city as far as labor and services that we provide. The material cost is provided by the volunteers, citizens of Northport, and the clubs who volunteer collecting the material and distributing it to the schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nesbitt?
Yeah, my name's Pete Nesbitt. I'm sort of under the impression that somehow the pools are linked together, like if the new pool trumps the old pool, no pun intended. If the new pool runs, then the other one gets shut down. And there's some other things that I've heard that are kind of concerning in regards with the new pool. Am I off base here? There is something going on with both of them. With the new pool, what I've heard is it was going to be like $70 for a year, and then it's $8 for a day, and then $10 a day, and 19 employees, and then closing for one day to save money. That is a laugh. Closing to save money. If that was the case, all the stores in Northport could close and save all the money. I used to run, businesses with less than 20 employees back in my other life, and I put together some figures with a new pool, and it seems like it could be done with 13 employees, 12 lifeguards, 1 maintenance man, and if you pay them this new $15 an hour living wage, you could get people, conscientious people that could do more than one job. So you could have 6 guards on, 2 on each slide, and then 1 at each pool, and then the other lifeguards managing admittance and the concession stand, cleanup, and all that sort of stuff. And then every hour they rotate, because you don't want the guys sitting there for all day in one position. And I checked with expenses, the liability insurance, property insurance, and all that stuff. And some of it's quite expensive, but I went on the low end of the spectrum because I didn't want to, be, have it all priced really high, so it would be it wouldn't be fair. And it looks like the daily expense of the pool would run about $3,260, which, you know, that would mean you'd have to have 326 people there at $10 a head each day, or 20 people there at $163 a head, or $30 a head. These prices are quite expensive because people like myself and a lot of people here, you know, we're on a fixed income, and you know, $10, $300 a month is just out of our budget, and we're on silver sneakers, you know, and that way we can, you know, are able to go to the pool. So my theory is to have both pools working at the same time.
Mr. Nesbitt,
Until.
thank you.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the new pool is not just a pool. There's an entire aquatic center there. So by Department of Health and things like that, we have to have a certain number of lifeguards and all that stuff. You know, it has Lazy River, the slides and all that stuff. So it's a completely different type of facility. But it does have the 25-meter stretch with removable bulkhead, so. Thank you. Corey Nesbitt? Yep, you can finish it.
Okay, Corey Nesbitt. Okay, mine is about keeping the pool, our pool open, the YMCA. Northport is the fastest and largest growing city in Florida. We all know that. And it is shocking to me that a city with this projected growth would not have a YMCA and a community pool where senior citizens and lap swimmers will have somewhere to exercise and use their silver sneakers benefits, because in the new pool we won't have those, and we're all on fixed income here. And and here's my last thing, on the leading cause of death for children in Florida is drowning, as you all know. And you're considering taking away the childcare facility and the pool where they can learn to swim. Having this other pool thing, like a water park, is not a community affair. This is a tourist affair. And where's the sense in community in Northport when you take away our citizens and our children's facilities, which makes Northport a great place to live? It doesn't make sense to me. A water park is not going to do it for us. We can't afford it. There's no way we can get there. I hear there's not even a parking lot there. So I'm begging you to keep our pool open. This is where all the senior citizens come, and the children in the afternoon come and learn how to swim. And this is so important in Florida. So that's all I'm telling you. Think about it. This is a community. We need a community YMCA. There's one in Venice, there's one in Englewood, there's one in Port Charlotte. Northport doesn't have a YMCA? That's shocking to me.
Thank you.
That's it.
Let me also clarify another misnomer, that the aquatic center doesn't have parking.
Yeah,
It does have parking, and it has overflow parking.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Joan Morgan, Ms. Brenda Farley, and then Mr. Corey Hutchinson.
Hi, Joan Morgan. You know I won't give up on that old pool, guys. You know that, so don't even try to make me, okay? Obviously, the pool was built in '54. All the amenities around there have been built shortly after that. The original Civic Center, which is now the YMCA Childcare, is now, in layman's term, a dump, okay? I mean, it really has needed upgradings. Even the pool, shower area was originally built, the slab was built for Public Works. So, you know, there's a lot of things that have just been stuck together there. Once upon a time, we had plans for a great activity center there. I mean, it was neat, all right? And I'd like to see kind of like that happen again. I mean, we are gonna have 100,000. This is important. The why is important to a city, as been said, and it's gonna be said again, I guarantee you that. You know, the pool is important. Obviously, I'm for the aquatic center. I mean, obviously, I'm totally for it. But it's not going to cover everything, okay? We have a lot of senior citizens. We have a lot of people with medical issues. We have the youngest kids that need to be. The new pool is going to be taking care of a lot of things, and I think we'll work out the prices and amenities and all this kind of stuff. But we are a city of 100,000. We do not have beaches, and we have a lot of happy people here, and we gotta keep them happy. And what makes them happy is water sports, safety-wise, and whatever. The clothes closet certainly has done its thing, and for a long time. The art center, I mean, that needs new facilities too. And the art center and the art activities are so important to this town. What's important is I stay out of it because I have no artistic ability, but on the other hand, I will tell you that is so important to this town. Put it all together, put a few more meeting rooms in there, because we certainly could use those as we grow along. And we could come up with a nice center. No, it's not gonna be cheap, but you're gonna be putting maybe 500 more houses back in Sable Trace and that. You know, we are going to be over 100,000 quickly, and you have to spend the money. We are now doing well financially, gotta spend the money to make people happy, people stay here, people move in, and, you know, it becomes a happy community. So, you know, out of the comfort zone, and please consider it. I'm really proud of the YMCA coming. I gotta say hi to Dave Dignam, my former student at Lemon Bay High School. Okay? Trained him well. Okay, once upon a time a senior class president, and now going to show us in Northport what they do in Englewood. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Farley? Ms. Farley?
My name is Brenda Farley, and I'm a full-time resident in Northport, and I thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Y Pool, as it affects me directly and many other residents here. And it's the local Y Pool, and that's why it's a Y Pool. It's for all of us. I hope all our elected and appointed city commissioners and managers will support this and our request to keep the Y Pool open and to apply the appropriate monies needed to refurbish it and provide the necessary updates, just as they did when they checked the prior estimate by Elite Weiler Pools. This pool provides swimming lessons, aerobic exercise programs. It's handicap accessible. It is easy for someone like me to get in and out of the pool and be able to exercise. Yes, I'm disabled. I'm one of many disabled people in Northport, and we shouldn't be penalized for this. The fee is affordable to seniors, to disabled people, parents with family and children that come. And don't forget, even though we're the biggest growing city in Northport, our median annual income is still below the average for Florida. I realize the Aquatic Center is essential to get tourism in here and to bring more money to the city of Northport. And I hear it's potentially opening in July. I had gone over, I have viewed it. I didn't see steps or stairs making it accessible to handicapped people. When I spoke actually to the Aquatic Center management today, they informed me stairs have been ordered, but they don't know when they'll be in, and at the opening of the pool, it will not be available. So someone like me is not going to even be able to utilize that. We're opening an aquatic center, spending all this $12 million. We still, the groundbreaking has occurred for a hotel, but we don't even have decent housing for them. Our restaurants, we have a handful of what I call nice restaurants, but we have a massive amount of fast food restaurants. And that doesn't say a lot to me for the city. We've had, the aquatic center is going to be, I'm sure, well managed. I think the Y has been well managed all this time frame, and I am just reaching out to you to please, please keep it open. When, Mayor, when you mentioned about the ample parking over at the aquatic center and the overflow, which is going to be at the Heron Creek Middle School, for someone like me or anyone that has any disability, that's not even accessible or affordable, and I don't think it should be something I'm penalized because I have a disability. I supported my community. I was a nurse for 40 years. I was a caregiver. I know what water and killing and drowning looks like. So please consider keeping it and spending whatever money. We spent all this money on the South Biscayne project, $780,000 later. We aren't going to be able to coupe it. Now it's finally looking good, but at what added expense? So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farley.
Mayor, can we please get a update on the whole ADA accessibility? Because there
Because
is
it-
no way we can open publicly
thank
without
you.
ADA.
It has to be ADA, and
requirements.
could you please address about
manager,
the
can we
stairs that she was talking about?
Yeah, our Parks and Rec department went down and
Yeah.
give you an update on that.
Perfect.
Wasn't something we were prepared to discuss tonight, so
And there is handicap parking, by the way,
there is hand, yes.
at the
And-
new pool.
And when the new pool opens, the old one is not scheduled to close
It
that
is
same
not.
day.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, we need to
Address
make
it.
sure it's addressed today.
Good afternoon, Tricia Wisner, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. The Aquatic Center has met all ADA requirements. There are ladders going in, however, because we were concerned that some patrons would be looking for stairs, we have ordered a separate set of stairs that will be in place. We just don't have a shipping date, never want to promise anything, so we do anticipate those to be in, if not at opening, very soon thereafter.
So the ladders are ADA.
We also have lifts. We have 2 lifts that go in, so the lifts make it ADA accessible. However, we know some patrons don't
Yeah.
really feel that that is super comfortable, so we have ordered stairs.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So
And-
is above and beyond. The parking.
Can I
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Yeah,
Parking.
the parking thing, you guys, the Morgan Center right now, a lot of the parking spaces are being used for the construction site. So while it looks like there isn't parking over at the Morgan Center, a lot of the parking spaces that were there prior to the pool being under construction are now part of the construction zone area. So
Yes.
once the construction opens up, those parking spaces that originally were there are going to open up too. And that
Along with
includes.
some
a-
additional.
And additional.
Additional parking.
And that includes a lot more of the handicap accessible parking spots. So there's a lot of misinformation about parking going on out there, and I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you,
If
Vice
I
Mayor.
remember right, it was like 251 parking spaces
you.
were in the design.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, Corey Hutchinson.
Corey Hutchinson, Northport. I want to say that I have no problem with, a daycare or the YMCA or the pool being open, as long as it's funded privately. It's not the job of the city to continue propping up these projects. It is not the job of tax money to go to fund these things. I'm sorry. It is the job of these entities to fund themselves privately. There are YMCAs across the region, across the country, that are open, that are performing very well. They're privately funded, a lot of them. It's not the job of everybody to make sure that everybody has access to a pool or to this amenity or that amenity. I understand and appreciate the great work of the YMCA, but the Aquatic Center is coming, and it is a community resource. It's not just a tourist attraction. It's for our kids, for our seniors, for all of our people here, and we're already set on that. It is not the job of the city to continue propping up everybody's project. If somebody wants something, they can go through the process like charities have to, find a way to get donors, privately fund it, manage it themselves, whatever. If they can keep it open that way, I'm all for it, and it's a great project. But it is not the job of the city of Northport to continue publicly funding everything. If we do it for them, other organizations are gonna come and ask for it too. And if we say no, they're gonna be like, why'd you do it for the YMCA but not for anybody else? It's a slippery slope that we're gonna get into if this happens. Keep it open, fund it, but fund it privately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Elaine Allen Emrich, have Diane Palacios, and Jean Bobick.
Where it's time limited.
Yeah, it's time limited.
Elaine Allen
Get to
Emmerich,
address this public comment.
Northport. For decades, I've covered the Do the Right Thing program through the Sarasota County Schools sponsored program. And every year, without a doubt, Northport students took away top honors. And so this program existed until 2 years ago when Caroline Zucker, school board member, decided that she wasn't getting enough support and didn't want to do it herself. So it dropped. So recently, Northport suffered some serious alcohol-related incidents regarding youths. And at that time, I heard city commissioners say something more needed to be done to help youths in our community. And I also heard the words, go big or go home. And so that kind of resonated inside of me to say, look, the Kiwanis Club, which I'm the past president and a board member, works with the city of Northport currently through the Children's Clothing Closet. We've had a 23-year relationship with the city with that. As a way to say thank you, an ongoing thank you, Kiwanis would like to enter a partnership with the police department. So I went to the police department and found out that Christopher I. Cop Morales was in fact a Do the Right Thing recipient who had to go to Sarasota, Philippi Estates, and get his award in 19-something. The police chief also truly understands the program and its value. So I put together a proposal that the city's skin in the game is a $500 initial startup, which is for the kit, the Do the Right Thing kit that gives you access to the copyright and all materials. The city has a fund, a forfeiture fund, that specifically, if you read the statute, is perfect for Do the Right Thing. Then there was an additional $500 for operating expenses through the police department. In the proposal, there's also a request to work with the city's Parks and Rec for prizes. However, Kiwanis will also get prizes. There is also a request to have commissioners and police officers come to the end of the year banquet next year and work together to do a Do the Right Thing program that would start in September. So I'm asking commission permission to either put it on an agenda, talk about it, but Kiwanis is ready, willing, and able to help do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simrich. Commissioner Carrasone?
Yeah, did you mean to do that under general public comment and then talk about the daycare?
I
'Cause we're on
don't
the
get up and
daycare.
speak to you guys.
She has
But
offered.
killing me.
But Kiwanis is also a member of
Okay.
the whole YMCA building, and so it's important that.
I'd like to see it go on an agenda.
So
I'll put the
can we
request in.
at least get consensus to get, we're in a time crunch here because it's supposed to start in, I mean, we have school in August.
All right, I had discussed with the city manager the other day about this, with the time crunch. You said that we could possibly have this all up and, running by, I believe, the July 23rd meeting.
Yeah, what we discussed is putting this as an agenda item on the end of the last meeting, which is July 23rd. That way, staff would have time to review it, because it is an agreement, the city attorney's office has to agree all legal contracts. They're obviously, right now, down to one attorney. They'll be, much to Amber's, regret, she's actually gonna have her second attorney back on next week. She's really enjoyed the fact that he's been out.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
She actually almost cried this morning when she realized today wasn't the 1st of June. But that being said, yes, I think we can get this on the July 23rd meeting, which will meet, I believe, all the timeframes.
Right, and I believed it would be funded prior to the opening of school by assessing that meeting, correct? We would have it all
School
funded.
starts August 12th, and the chief's in the back. I mean, he's more than welcome to come on up, and he's
Well,
reviewed
the
this a lot more
funding
than I
and
have.
such would be talked about during the agenda.
On the agenda and budget.
Yeah.
They always gotta start school on my birthday.
Well, they're not, they actually moved it this year to start as early as they statutorily could, so it could be on your birthday.
Yeah.
Thanks state law for that.
Close to it, anyway.
Can we just get a consensus to put it on an agenda item and then bring back everything to
Exactly.
continue on?
Anything else?
No.
I love it. To bring back on the July 23rd meeting,
Well,
yes.
I don't want to commit to July 23rd because if they're not able to get it done in time,
Well, he just said that they could.
Yeah.
Right.
all right,
I don't want to speak for the city attorney. I'm going to let her speak for whether they can review the agreement.
that's why
I can
But
tell
it
you,
seems to me you're doing that because we don't have meetings through August, and that gives time to kind of
Yeah, if we
research
miss
and
the
do
July
some of those
23rd, the
things.
next meeting's in September.
But what I was getting at is if he could do it sooner,
Oh,
23rd
why
or
commit to the
before.
23rd?
Consensus you're
That's
looking
what
for
I'm
is no
saying.
later than July
Okay.
23rd.
That's what the consensus was gonna be till I was interrupted, yes.
there you go. So do I have a
We need
consensus?
An argument if we got it done sooner.
Do I have a consensus?
Yes.
To have it no later than July 23rd? Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. So that's unanimous across the board. You have a unanimous consensus.
Thank you, Chief.
Great job.
Lane?
Diane Palacios,
Really
please state your name for the record.
messed that all
My
up.
name is Diane Palacios. I am here to support the YMCA. I'm a mother of 2 kids, and I'm not ready for this, but I'm here to support the Y. And I think that they really need a new building. My children have upper respiratory issues, and the building is horrible. They have carpeting that causes them to have breathing problems. The plumbing is, you know, been overflowed so many times where they had to vacuum it up and then they have to sleep on it. It's just so gross. And I just think that they deserve a building. It's really bad structured. So on behalf of the parents, from me to my kids, you know, I hope that you guys consider. I'm not from here, I'm from Guam, and having to know everybody here, last year I sat in this meeting, I'm speaking out of my heart. I have no notes, no written story or whatever, just to see overall everything, that I think that you guys can do better YMCA for the kids. That's it.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Palacios. Yes. Please don't clap. Please don't clap. Jean Bobick. And then Ms. Dee, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name, and I do not want to mess it up.
Ms. Didi.
Ms. Dee, that's who I'm looking for.
Hi, my name is Jean Bobeck, and I've been in Northport for 2.5 years, and I absolutely love it. I'm really pro the aquatic center. I'm gonna buy a couple passes to it, and I'm gonna give it my all. But I love the old YMCA pool more, even though it's dilapidated. It's for certain bunch of people like myself and these folks that we go there, we're not moving as quick as we used to, but this is what's keeping us moving. The other thing, the young man that said this shouldn't be a taxpayer-funded issue here, and I somewhat agree with him. I think personally, if the YMCA would take over that pool and do right by the community and by the YMCA and make it a showpiece. Right now, it's probably an embarrassment to the Y and to the city of Northport, because it's not great at all. I would certainly like to see, if possible, the city of Northport make it desirable for the YMCA, give them an offer they can't refuse, and possibly clear the grounds, give them tax abatements, give them a helping hand. Let's make it so it's really good for the YMCA. We get rid of that stuff over there. And when you have 2 big entities like Northport and the YMCA, everybody's working on this little old pool here, stuff falls apart. The communication sometimes doesn't flow as it should. That's what I have to say, and I think you're doing a wonderful job, and go for it.
Thank you. Ms. Dee. Please state your first and last name for the record.
My name is Dee Dee Gozian.
That's what I thought it was going to
Yeah,
be.
I'm from the Northport Arts Center. I came to represent the other tenant buildings, and the Arts Center sits where the Y is in Dallas White Park. And we were interested because we understood that there was interest in creating a community center in the area that we sit, and we wanted to encourage that thinking. We feel that we're rather unique in the city of Northport. We offer all kind of visual art experiences, but we also do a lot of collaborations with other cultural entities in the city. We would like to have support of the city. We are a nonprofit organization. We have thousands of visitors every year that come to our art center. We have support for children, as probably most of you know that we do have free Saturday classes, and we have art camp, but we also support
older people, that are, like, after their work, they can still come. We have classes, we have galleries, we have gift shops, we support artists of all kind. We think that we would like to have an area that feels cultural in the city, and we would like you to support us also, and we would support the city.
Thank you, Ms. Dee.
Thank you.
Can I
Yeah,
ask her a
Mr.
couple,
Pearson.
just a question?
Ms. Dee Dee?
Ms. Dee Dee, since you're the only one here for the Art Center and you're the last on the list, I just wanted to ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
Could you use expanded areas or,
Yes, right now that we're very grateful that we have the old city building and that, but we are outgrowing it. It's very small for us. We have a pottery center, we have a glass art studio. We have, in the summertime, we have so many children that it overflows our building that we have to use the pottery center for the adult classes.
Exactly.
But we're growing every year. We have many members that are part of the Art Guild community here in Northport. And it would be wonderful to have more room and to expand into the city more, but we kind of are constricted with
and
our
to be
small
very
area.
clear, you're not in buildings, you're in portables, correct?
Right, we have a
Right.
portable that was donated to us.
Right, okay. I just want that
Thank you.
clarified. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner. Okay,
I believe they pay rent, don't they, $1 a year? I don't know if the building was donated to them, but I believe they pay $1 a year.
I think that's what the original agreement was, if I remember.
I would still call it a donation.
I believe you're correct. I believe it is still a city, it is almost positive it's still a city building. What they pay,
is.
my guess is, you're right, it's probably one of those 99-year.
We renewed it
$1
when
a
I
year.
first came on.
Right.
But I
Negotiate a
think-
better deal than a
I
dump?
think it's two portables. One is where you have the portable, the pottery, and then one is the main portable. But you pay $1 a year for both portables,
A month.
$1 a month for both portables. And so the Y, they are compensated, just to clarify some of the questions that were, the Y, it's also, Algol is a city-owned building, the pool is a city-owned facility, and that they are compensated a portion of it from Sarasota County government and their parks fees. And we take care of some of the larger portion,
Moving over $5,000.
anything over $5,000 that needs to be fixed, but they handle everything else. And that this YMCA, just to be clear, is not the YMCA that had control under the area and the beginning. So they kind of came in at the end where it was already in having problems, and they're doing the best they can with trying to fix what they were given to work with. So I just want it to be clear that they're not the ones who did not reinvest into the property that exists. And I believe that you pay, you offset, I think the YMCA offsets the amount of money not only in the maintenance, but also the running of the facilities, because they don't get enough compensation through the county in order for them to operate. So that's where their donation comes in. So just to clarify a few things, but I'm sure the Y has a presentation that they can.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to the actual items themselves. City manager?
This was actually a commissioner-generated item by Commissioner Emmerich. Staff doesn't have a presentation. We did add some backup to it so to provide more information to the public, but
I did want to hopefully have consensus from the commission to have the Y come up and present some of this stuff, because we have talked about what we're gonna do, or what we're possibly gonna do over in the Dallas White area on a new building. I just wanted to have them and give them an opportunity to come up and show just what their skin in the game was, rather than just hoping and wishing. You know, this
Can I
way
get
we
a
can get some
consensus to
facts.
let
and-
them come up and speak?
I would just like to speak first. I would, have no problem listening to any kind of presentation. But we do have a master plan gonna be set in the budget for the entire Dallas White Park. So just to keep that in mind, it's finally coming to fruition. Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell, are you okay with letting them speak a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, I am too. Right down the line, I'm.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we are good. That's a unanimous consensus. City manager, or Mr. Lear, or whoever, or not Mr. Lear, Mr. Emmett. Your item.
15 minutes, Mayor.
Yeah, maximum 15, yep.
Gentlemen, come on up and give a presentation and let us know, where we can go, what we can do, and what our possibilities are for the future.
Thank you. But let our chairman go first. Good evening, City Commissioners. My name is Keith Farlow. I am the Chief Volunteer or the Chairman of the Metro Board for the Sky Family YMCA. I just wanted to personally thank you, myself, and on behalf of the Metro Board, who many are in attendance tonight, for giving us this opportunity to sit down and have this healthy conversation on how we can better care for our children. You guys have made this a priority. We appreciate that. I don't like to focus on how old the building is or what's going on. I want to focus on what we can do better. And what we can do better is taking care of our children in this community. We understand that this is a process. It takes strategy, and most importantly, it takes funding. We understand that as well as anybody, because we got the phone call 3 years ago when this service area, which includes Charlotte County, was going to close, which would have resulted in 300 kids not receiving child care literally the next day, and parents and families out there looking for new child care. So we made a decision to go into our coffers, our reserves, and subsidize this service area for many years. We still subsidize child care at the tune of 70%. So we are now looking at hopefully making this a early learning center, and unfortunately there's some structural deficiencies. Nobody's fault, but in order to do this and really turn it into a child learning center, early learning center, we have to have a new building. And with that, I'm going to let David Dignam turn it over to him and let him explain what our intentions are. I can't get it back. Thank you all. And I know we have a very short period of time. And my chairman won't speak on the age of the building, but to give you an idea about the pool, I actually did my swimming lessons there when I was 4 years old. Believe it or not, Mike Fanning was my instructor. Jeff knows Mike. Yeah, I mean, I still, thank God, I became a lifeguard for the county, Charlotte County. Our presentation will be really quick, and I know at our last year's meeting, there seemed to be a consensus from the city about wanting to do something for the overall campus that's there. And we want to be a part of that. We've got a great partnership right now with the city. You guys provide us the building. We're the tenant, if you will, and you guys are the landlord. And like a lot of things, life expectancy and use of the building has really reached its deadline. We serve a really special group of kids, hardworking moms and dads and aunts and uncles that bring their kids there, grandparents that are raising their kids, their children's children now as grandparents, that bring their kids there every single day, that they know they are ensured a great learning environment. We have very dedicated teachers, some are here tonight, that make the best out of a tough situation as far as the building itself. Some of the statistics you can see in front of us, to give you an idea, 60% of our population that we're serving right now are considered working poor and are living at or below the poverty line. More than 20% of the children spend more than 57 hours per week here in our care. 75% of the children served are receiving financial assistance. The average awarded amount is 50% off the weekly fee, and that is generated by funds that are raised throughout our service area, but primarily from the Englewood and Venice communities. 100% of the children receive free breakfast, lunch, and a snack daily, sometimes this being the only meals that they eat daily. The YMCA anticipates over $77,000 annually in financial assistance to the children in this early childhood education program. This is dollars that we raised throughout our service area to help supplement this program, and that's how important we believe that this should be. The idea and the consensus or the vision that we have for the facility is literally just kind of catty corner across the street.
It's the site of the old fire station. I had the opportunity to tour the facility along with our chairman and Commissioner Caruso and the city utilities manager. And the facility will hold a facility of the size that we feel that is needed now and will allow for some future growth. The utilities are there. The elevation is almost there of what we would need to have a possible gravity flow to hook up the sewer, which that saves a lot of money to both the city and us. We have 2 prototypes that we have that are in operation right now. One is in Venice. Actually, the other one's in formation. It's going to be under construction hopefully in the next 6 months, and down in Bonita Springs. We have commitments from donors and from local foundations to help us with the funding for the interior. So there is a commitment from ourselves financially and from the community that knows the city of Northport's children deserve a facility such as the ones that we have in other parts of our service area. This is an idea of what the Venice facility looks like, and I know 2 of you were at the dedication. The mayor was there at the time, and Commissioner Luke was there, and she is a former YMCA employee up in Lake County for years, I know. So we know that the potential is there to really bond a even stronger partnership. This is an idea of the building that we're looking to do down in Bonita, which actually has the capability of taking some of the concepts that we're doing here. Obviously, it'd be a different shape. But we've already been talking with members of the lending closet, and I know a couple of commissioners said that was really important for us to house that facility there and actually make sure it's accessible to the public, especially after hours. Obviously, a large portion of our population is probably using the children's closet now, and we want to have that on a corner of the building or on a side of the building where it can be easily accessible to the public, especially when our hours are not the lending closet's hours. That will be no problem. We've even talked about having access to it during the day, so when a child comes needing some item of clothing or a pair of shoes, that we have the access to be able to go over and get it and check it off that we've checked it out, because I know the Kiwanis keeps a great inventory on that. This is for the next portion. Are we talking pool now? You want me to give a quick part of the pool?
Go ahead, get after it.
Okay, so a lot of things were, I know I better take advantage of the time I got. So a lot of things that were discussed tonight, there is a lot of misconception about the pool, and a lot of it is history that we inherited when we took over the Charlotte County Y after they didn't make it. And it's a unique partnership between the YMCA, the Sarasota County government, and the city government. And I tell you, pools are a very costly amenity, as you guys know from the city. But I tell you, it rounds out a city in its overall quality of life, especially in a city that it does not have direct water access as far as recreation. We don't have a beach here. We don't have a large lake. And we won't talk about Warm Middle Springs right now. So another time. But it serves a very unique community. A lot of the folks that use this are really in the immediate area. With a growing city as we are here, the city demands are really for two facilities. Selfishly, from our standpoint, we would like to expand the use of the facility with our kids. Doing more and more swimming lessons with our own kids at the center at an early age, and expanding it to more of the community. The YMCA has a national reputation for providing swimming lessons to kids and work on that reduction of drowning that happened. And we've had numerous here in our local area that we've heard about in the media. But some of the ideas and some of the concepts that we've talked about between the city and ourselves and the demands that are on the current pool itself would be to actually demolish the entire tank and the deck of the pool itself. As we all know, we're pushing its water flow uses with the county, and the county is knowing that help's on the way. And I'm worried at some point in time the county health department's going to say, "Listen, folks, we've got to shut it down," and we would not want that to happen. I think if there's a plan in place that the county will understand, and the health department will understand that there's a commitment there, that is being made, that has been made, that they will continue to allow us to operate it, but there's no guarantee. The idea is to replace the 6-lane, 25-meter pole. It's not worth rehabbing. Install the new equipment, which is really the ongoing operational problem, is the pumps and flow system. Replace the pool deck and the surrounding pool pavers, and there's been talk by other groups out there that, we need a new bathhouse that meets all the different ADA requirements and the county's own standards. Based upon the basic information that we've gotten from pool contractors, you're talking about, with the basic concept of what we just talked about right here, about just under $400,000. And that's not with it much of an expanded bathhouse and things like that. That's just kind of replacing what's there with new. So that's it, folks. We believe in the city of Northport. We've made a commitment to come here. I personally have. I have an office here and a great staff here. But we know that there's further needs that need to be met that we're not meeting, and we need to further strengthen our partnership and further strengthen and build out this Dallas White complex the way it really should be for now and for the future.
Thanks, Dave.
Anyway, thank you all very much.
Do you have any questions?
Next speaker is one of our great board members, Mr. Jeff Boone.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Jeff Boone. Many of you know me. I'm here as a board member of the YMCA. And I'd just like to take a few minutes. I certainly know that you all are
Mr. Boone, we got about 4 minutes.
You got it. I won't even take that long. I certainly know that you all are constantly approached by people wanting you all to partner with them or invest city funds with them. I'd just like to speak for just a minute about the YMCA, who you would be considering to continue, not enter into, but continue your partnership with. The YMCA is a trusted organization. It has a track record with the city of Northport. It has a track record in South Sarasota County. It's not going anywhere. It is a true South Sarasota County organization. We who live in Northport, Englewood, and Venice all are benefited by the YMCA. It's headquartered, operated out of South County. It's not controlled by the county commission. It's not controlled by the Sarasota YMCA. It's a totally separate organization. Now that the city of Northport is not only the largest city in Sarasota County, but the largest city on the west coast of Florida between St. Pete and Fort Myers, it's organizations like the YMCA that as the city has grown and will continue to grow, will become more and more a part of the fabric of the community. Partnerships with organizations like the YMCA, trusted organizations that are good to their core, will represent a true benefit to all of the citizens of Northport, from the youngest to the oldest, and we certainly hope that you all will continue to better your partnership with us and our partnership with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, question now, Mr. Carasone.
Yes, I have a question for city first, or actually, yeah, I think they're all for the city now that I look at them. This master plan that we talked about budgeting last year, did we, is that complete yet?
No, I believe it was actually in the budget in the CIP to be done next fiscal year.
So it's not even gone out to bid yet?
No, because it's not budgeted yet.
So it would not be complete for what, 4 years? Like the whole building, build out of the area wouldn't be completed for how long?
Well, the master plan depends, how
About a
many
year.
iterations it takes in front of commission to get approved. And then what kind of funding would be available to enact it, because then becomes a funding issue. And we have spent a good amount of the money that we had available in Surtax to do some of the other commission priorities that have come up. So with that, there is a limited amount of resources available to fund anything, obviously. The commission recently adopted a Warmore Springs master plan, as well as other priorities the commission has set. So I can't tell you how long it would take to be done, because it's going to depend how long it takes to raise the funding to do it.
Okay, so it would not be done in a year?
Could potentially be done in a year. Again, that depends on how detailed we get into and how many meetings we have about it.
Yeah.
After that.
Point to that, Commissioner Carazone? About the master plan?
Yeah. the backup material will show that this commission voted it down 3-2, or it would already be on the slate right now. You wouldn't have to be waiting for another year had it not been.
Yeah, unfortunately, the minutes did not come out well when I printed them, but yes, I know that.
That's
because I
what they
was here.
state.
And didn't it also say that surtax money, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing here. There was some money saved, well, there's 125,000 in this, correct? That master plan.
I honestly don't know what you're referring to, but
The master plan.
The master
The Dallas
plan
White construction.
is included in the CIP. That's probably what the $125,000 is for.
Right.
But until a master plan is done, I can't tell you what the
Actual, I got you
construction
now.
costs or enactment of a master plan would be.
All right, it says 2019-20, there was 250,000 of surtax that was actually part of the planning and design phase of this master plan. So 250,000 is actually the amount that's in the backup. I don't know where I was getting the 125. I think I'm getting confused between that and the pool thing. Okay, let me get off of that for a minute. My next question is that.
And there's $1.5 million in the following year for construction.
In 2021, right?
2020
Yes.
to 2020.
Right,
All of
so,
there's $1.5 million.
I mean, you obviously, if it's 2021, you can't use it until 2021.
Well, until it's budgeted, yes, that's
Right,
correct.
so that doesn't help the issues of insufficiencies that we are facing right now in the daycare and the art center and the
Correct.
children's
Keep in mind,
clothes
this
closet.
is a 5-year plan. That money,
Right.
we're about to go through the budget process. Commission, as they do every year, can move things around on projects.
Right.
If you want to, or if not, the current plan is, you're correct.
Okay, and when we do go through the budget, there'll also be some savings that we can find, also some things that were not funded, or they were funded by other means, that savings will go back into the fund balance, and those items will be, plus maybe higher revenue sources that we estimated at a lower amount.
I'm very anxious for you to see the budget so that you can realize the tight situation we are already in with the budget.
Okay, so we have a
When
lot.
you guys see that, you're gonna,
We've spent a
Is there
lot.
something that needed to be said down there? Because I'm hearing
We've got body
something.
cams and everything else that we put forward. I'm agreeing with what he stated.
Okay.
He stated it in the last meeting also.
Okay, well, I'm asking questions, so, as I said, here's a question, because when we did Toledo Blade widening, we partnered with a public-private partnership. And we had the developers of that, and Mr. Boone probably remembers, that we did it where we allowed the developers to actually do the work. They did the engineering, they did the design, they did the permitting. And even though it was on our property, but it saved us millions of dollars. Is there a way to do something similar to that on this
We need our second
piece of
reading to come back.
property?
We've already done the second reading for the P3.
Oh, that's what I was just looking for. I didn't remember doing
We've
this.
already done the second reading for P3, so they are more than able to bring forth an unsolicited bid following the P3 procurement process.
Right? Okay, so back to my question, is there a possibility that we can have the YMCA take all that control and that we can transition the funding in one way or another? I'm not sure how that works legally. To have them do the engineering, the design, and maybe even come in lower and less permitting, correct?
well, I wasn't here when Toledo Blade was done. I did manage to be here when some of the problems with that were adopted, but that being said, there were some subsequent issues, but that's because of the quality of the work that was actually done. That being said, that was a developer agreement. That was why they did that. It wasn't a P3. It wasn't a
Right.
private entity.
Exactly.
They had to do they agreed to do certain things as part of the developer agreement to develop the surrounding area. I believe it was that where the Publix and everything is, but I'm not positive.
No,
I do know that it fell under a developer agreement, which is a little different than what we're discussing. That being said, we do have the P3 ordinance. There are multiple ways that can be enacted. We could do, the YMCA is welcome to approach us with an unsolicited. The commission is also, if I'm not mistaken, able to direct us to put out a P3 solicitation, because there was solicited and unsolicited in there, if I'm remembering it correct. So that being said, those are two possibilities of the way this can be done.
but will that work on our land? And then it becomes our building.
Yeah, Commissioner Carrison, I
That's
think
what I'm
what
trying
you're
to get
talking
to.
about is like a capital lease program.
Yes,
Right? So this is
yes.
where, when we discussed this before, remember I asked Roger Baum to come up with core construction.
Right.
But we didn't have the P3. There's also guys like GNP with Mark Geringer, who we just did with the Sable Trace. But these are guys, whenever you're talking about the capital lease program, that's exactly what you're talking about. It's basically, there's no expense to the city. After the lease agreement's up, then the city takes ownership. If I'm understanding right, they take the ownership, and then it's up to the city if you want to continue to lease or sell the buildings or however you want to do it.
Generically, yes, that's.
Yeah, I was being very generic.
That's what the P3 program is designed
Yeah.
for.
Which I think is more what you're looking at, right?
I was actually looking at them being city-owned buildings, built and designed and engineered by the nonprofit, being the developer, so that they could maybe even get, some of these things donated. You never know. But it would be less expense, but the city would reimburse them, not necessarily by a lease deal, because it would always be the city's building. They would actually
it's
lease
always-
it from us.
Yeah, it's always the city's building.
Works is at the end of it, it becomes a city building.
Yeah.
The end of
Yeah,
it.
they earn their money through that lease agreement, and then once that's paid off, then it's turned over to the city. Is how that expense is usually covered. That's what I think you're kind of getting at.
I don't know, I just know with the Toledo Blade project, it was 4 different developers came together, they all pitched in, they all.
Oh, yeah, you could
They
do
all
a
got
P12.
yeah, they all got together, they paid for everything,
Mhm.
and then the city reimbursed them. Boom, we were done. And that's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, the one I'm talking about, there would virtually
Yeah,
be
it's-
no cost to the city. The city would take ownership of the buildings at the end of the process, which might be 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, depending on the agreement.
But in the same token, it has to be reasonable enough that we can continue to offer daycare at a reasonable price. The
Right.
numbers don't lie. I mean, there's a huge amount of children going here that are on, free breakfast.
But then that
and-
goes into the why, being the developer.
Correct.
And working out their contracts and deals, however that works.
And I only have, now that I have those 2 questions, I only have one last question. That is the Algol Hall as it stands. And this might be an NBS question, actually. Is there a way to kind of keep the building as it is, and take everything out of it, like the asbestos, or if there is any, the mold, the copper iron pipes and all that, and just kind of rework the inside of it so that it's at least up to code, the electrical and all that?
Without knowing what all needs to be done, there is no way I can answer that.
Yeah.
Or that our staff could answer that. That would require, and I'll just
Extensive
use as
thought.
the exact example, the library in Venice. It was completely molded, and the actual only solution was to level the whole building and replace.
Because I'm just thinking that if we built a new building for the daycare up where the old fire station was, because everything exists there, it'd be easy, it'd be simple, and be less money. And then you shifted, say, the art center into that building after it was gutted and redone, you have a historical building, the Algol, and you could almost have a historical center incorporated with the art center. And we're already incorporating it's my theory, is you incorporate the clothes closet with the YMCA, because it makes sense. And then why wouldn't you do something similar with the art center, that you bring the art center into the historical building and then put almost a historical area so that you could have a City of Northport history center of some sort. It's a large enough building, it could be done. But you could design it from, I hate to, like Commissioner McDowell says all the time, it has good bones, but I think you gotta get the marrow cleared out and keep the bones, because I think it's the marrow that's a problem.
You may not have said it that way, but
She always says it has good bones, but I think there's deeper problems as well.
I have no idea.
You don't know about
Sure, I
marrow?
think you're confusing me with somebody else, because I have never uttered those
That it was had
words.
good bones? I think you did. All right.
Wouldn't
Anyway,
even know
so we
where
don't
that
know
would come
anything
from.
to that. All right, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
In the presentation by the YMCA, I think it's that first slide, and it speaks about the statistics of 60% of the families are enrolled in the center are considered working poor, that slide. Can you tell me how many kids use the YMCA right now in the Northport YMCA? How many families or kids or combination?
Is there one in there? Yeah, I thought that was in the back. It was in there.
That's for you guys.
Here we go.
Please state your name when you do.
Erin Choker. I work for the Sky Family YMCA. We can take up to 70 kids. I believe right now we have either like 58, 60, somewhere around there enrolled. Thank you.
Are we asking questions just about the daycare, or are we, and the
We ask them
buildings, or
both.
are
We
we
have them all
about
together.
all tool?
We got it all together here.
City manager, do you, and I know I apologize for not asking this ahead of time, but I didn't know we were doing a presentation. I was expecting Commissioner Emmerich to make a presentation and talk about this. He's been quite quiet. So I didn't know what to expect with this agenda item. Can you help me understand the history of why the YMCA took over the daily operations of the pool?
The current YMCA?
Yeah, they're currently running it.
Yeah, there was another YMCA.
There's a
that was
difference.
running it.
Well, no, the YMCA, I know we had the old YMCA that did a horrible job, and then we've got the current Sky Academy. But to me, they're the YMCA. Sky Academy picked up the pieces, knowing what those pieces were. So the YMCA is running the pool. So why did it get turned over from a city-run operation to a privately run operation?
It's been with either this or the previous YMCA for longer than I've been here. I cannot answer why that interlocal was entered into.
I can.
I honestly
here.
can't answer why that happened that long ago.
Commissioner
I
Carson, do you have
apologize.
an answer?
We did a interlocal agreement with Sarasota County on our parks and recreations. We had appointed Commissioner Gross along with their chair at the time to do the negotiation, part of which was determining which parks Sarasota County would be responsible for. It was when they changed to their new tune of, we only take care of regional parks. So in turn, they said, since you have no regional parks, FYI, we still don't, Sarasota County, we will in turn take care of your large-scale parks, being the Pop Warner, or the sports fields, and then anything, and the Dallas White, and the pool. And then in return, you take care of neighborhood parks and anything that you have that is new that's brought in. Then once they had the responsibility of keeping up these things, they turned around and created a contract with the old YMCA. And that's where they said to the old YMCA, which is not this YMCA, what we will do is we will give you X amount of dollars. I want to say it's 50,000 a year. It's 150,000. Well, at the time, I think it was
Now it's
less.
150, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know what it-
and it was a very minimal amount of money. We're gonna give you X amount of money to run the pool. And you do the upkeep, you do the maintenance, you handle the management of that pool and the facility, and, as well as the facilities that are all attached. And in return, we'll give you this, maybe 75,000, it was minimal, which is now 150. And that, you know, it'll be yours to handle, but you also have to handle that upkeep, the maintenance and the employment and the management. So that's where that came in. It came before the commission as a attachment to approve. The commission approved it along with the county commission, which essentially I don't think the city really needed to approve anything. And that's how that became.
Thank you. Appreciate that. City Manager, can you help me understand how we can construct a new pool based on the estimate of $390,000, give or take? If you want to call it 400, that's fine too. When I remember distinctly there being a cost to construct a new pool at Dallas White of $2 million or somewhere around there. That is a huge difference in numbers for a new pool.
We're not constructing
Yeah,
a new pool.
no.
It says in the backup material, there's a new pool. It's either refurbish the one we have or construct a new one for $400,000.
Just a minute.
I understood it to be, one would be demolished for one amount and one would be reconstructed with the same area and what, right?
There was a CIP sheet brought to you all a couple years ago.
Right.
Which
Hello.
I believe was the 2017 CIP. I'm not sure that that is attached.
It came in an email.
2017.
Excuse me?
Email from a commissioner's question.
Yes, I emailed it to the commissioners, but I'm not, let's put it this way. I have a CIP sheet from 2017 that listed 3 options relating to a pool. One was close and demolish the old pool, $100,000. Option 2 was repairs to keep the pool operational, $1.3 million. That included the remarcite, remove existing pump house, reinstall the vac system, repiping, and renovate the toilet, locker, and entry area. Option 3, demolish the old pool and construct a new one, $2.3 million. That included an 8-lane pool, new filtration system, rebuild the locker room, new piping for the pool complex. So that was in there. We never got to the point of whether to construct that or not.
So I'm looking at this bid that was in the backup materials from Weiler Pools, and it says shall furnish materials, tools, equipment, and for the remodel of the pool of $400,000. I'm sorry, $309,000. Sorry, $309 for remodeling it. And then the other one is for the installation of a competition swimming pool. So that's a new pool for $400,000. So I don't understand how we could have a bid for a new pool of $400,000 or even to repair one for $300,000 when the CIP from 2 years ago was 1.3 and 2.7 million.
Let me see if I can provide a little bit of help with, and keep in mind that this is not my information. The original CIP sheet that was put in there, as you know, we get informal information of what will it cost to do something. The $2.3 million that was option 3 that was put in the budget was designed to get rid of the old pool, put in a new one, address all the concerns. There are, as everybody here knows, as has been stated for years as public comment, that pool is dead. We heard for years, it's an over 50-year-old pool, it needs to be done away with, build us a new pool. So we got some informal information, because we can't shop it before we actually bid it, so we get a ballpark idea. This is how we create a CIP sheet. What do we think it's going to cost? We give our best estimate. That's where you got the $2.3 million. Now you have this document in front of you. It says for $400,000 we can build a new pool. It does not include some of the things that were included in the $2.3 million number. If the city builds it, we have requirements. We would put it out for bid. Back up. We would create a scope. It would go through the procurement process. You all will decide, the department will create the scope. We'll put something out for bid. Obviously, as high profile of an item as this is, commission would give us an idea of what they wanted to see out there. There are, as many people have stated, there's all kinds of issues with the pool, the facilities, the whole area. Do we want to address all of those? Yes or no? The $2.3 million addressed a bunch of those surrounding the pool, not necessarily some of the other buildings in the area. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you again. The $397,000 is not something the city got. It's not mine. I can't tell you or answer for you why that company says they can do it or all that they're doing. I'm not trying to say it's good or bad information. It's not my information. It says right in here, the YMCA contacted one of these agencies and got you that information. It might be perfectly valid. I don't know. And I can't go and get, if I went to this company and said, hey, can you develop a scope and give me a price for it, that cost, I'm still gonna have to put it out for some form of formal solicitation. And if that company designed the scope for me, guess who can't bid on it? That company. So, all that being said, I'm not gonna sit here and try and take responsibility of how somebody got to a number because it's not mine.
I appreciate that because I wasn't 100% sure who asked for these numbers, and I appreciate that clarification.
Do you want an answer? I think someone can give you an answer, right?
Well,
Or do we just want to make comments?
Andy to come up, she can give you some better info. I mean, there is a memo in the backup that staff did create that includes some of the information.
And
Some of
that's
it's
why
ours,
I
some of it's not
thought,
ours.
and that's why I thought that because it was included in the memo, that it was blessed by the city.
Believe it even
Even though
states
it says it's
how it was
from-
arrived at.
Okay.
It was.
So I appreciate that.
We have a whole process we have to go through, and I'll be
appreciate that.
100% honest. That is why the P3 works well sometimes. Private industry can do things that we cannot. They have requirements, doesn't mean they build a lesser product. We have requirements we have to go through. Right, wrong, or indifferent, we still have to follow them. I'm gonna turn it over to Sandy real quick. She might be able to help give you some additional information why this is very different.
Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director. So that dollar amount in there for the $397 is simply focusing on the pool. It was secured by the YMCA, and that was in response to the health department, who have been having ongoing conversations with us about the condition of the pool and that something needs to be done with the pool. A decision needs to be made if we're going to renovate and repair it, or if we're not. But they're looking for that answer. And so this was just given so that you know what the pool portion would cost, but there certainly are issues with the other facilities surrounding it, which is where that $2+ million quote came in 2 years ago.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mayor, at this point, I don't have any other questions, but I do have plenty of comments when that time arrives.
Mr. Imich? Sandy, before you sit down, have you updated those numbers since 2017, since we're in 2019 now? Have we got a perspective on what that increase is now, on what it may cost?
For the total renovation, all the buildings and the pool,
The pool.
all we have is what the YMCA provided us with, which is attached in this information, which is that $397. That does not include the locker rooms, that does not include the admission entry area. It doesn't include some of the ancillary amenities that are there. So this was not something that the city secured.
No, I understand that. I'm just curious because I want to see what the numbers are because we do have the new pool, we have the old pool, and that is going to be a financial decision.
Yeah,
down
the
the
short
road.
answer to your question is no, we have not. Because that was not the direction we were given. It was, it's my understanding, this pool was going to go away when we opened the new one. It wasn't finalized yet, but
That's why we're
those
here
were the
now,
direct.
because we are having an outreach from the citizens. We are having possibly a difference of opinion and a different avenue that we may want to go. Not saying that we are,
Yeah,
but we,
different commissioners too.
but we have to have this discussion. We have to figure out which road we're gonna travel and find out how much it does cost us in the long run and what our options are.
Yep.
Now, with the health department, with what they were saying needed to be done, that was the $400,000 fix. But what should be done is the $2.7 million fix, is what you're saying, correct?
2.3, but that in 2000.
In 17, so it's 2.7 to 3 now,
Yeah,
approximately,
I
maybe.
wouldn't try and
We-
forecast what that would
Yeah,
be
right.
now.
I
But there
understand that, but it
certainly
would
are
be
some ADA needs in the facilities that are gonna need to be met. So we would really need to call in a professional to tell us what that looks like.
Can I just clarify something on this?
Sure.
That 2.3 million, it includes the alcohol, it includes the bathrooms, it includes.
Not the alcohol. The
Not the
2.3 was just
just-
for the pool, the
Filtration
locker
system.
room structure, the admission area, offices, that structure that they have, and the immediate amenities, like they have the shade structure there. It was kind of a redo of the pool complex.
Okay, and that was also for making it a larger pool than it was, wasn't it? For it being like an 8-lane pool and a
Right.
25 stretch or something. It was
Right.
essentially going to be the pool that we put in the new complex.
It was, well, it was gonna be an 8-lane pool. It was not something that was put out for a
Bid or-
a quote. It was the previous project manager that put numbers on that.
Right. So I just want to clarify that 2.3 is not, it's not the same as what we're discussing today, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. It's a different concept, different design, because it was one or the other at that time. Thank you.
I just got one more yet, because I was interrupted, since I interrupted her earlier.
Just wanted
so
to
that was
clarify it.
Has the county health department given us a timetable on when they say that enough's enough? You know, how soon do we have to fix and repair, or are we just gonna get a letter and then we go out and say we're done?
They have been telling us, I have nothing in writing, but conversations with them on the phone has been that you need a plan, we need to see what it is. They are fully expecting that a decision will be made by the time we open that new facility.
So that's 2 months-ish. Okay, and that was one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up tonight, especially so we can at least have some foresight and see where we want to go. And that's what I wanted to do, is get with the rest of the commissions and let them know that we are on such a timetable and what, you know, what we may want to do down the road. So that's all the questions I had, and I appreciate the Y coming out and showing us their support and their eagerness for participation, and also with Parks and Rec. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Image. Commissioner Luke?
Yeah, the 2.3 pool was discussed when I first came in. It was during the budget, and it was brought up. We did not move forward on that because we moved forward on the aquatic center. In relation to the health department, we do have an extension, correct, by the county to continue funding the $150,000 for one additional year because the contract actually ends at that point,
It's scheduled to end September 30th, 2020.
2020. Thank you. And we could actually operate it until that point unless the health department says differently.
It could be operated. I don't want to say we could because we don't do it now. The YMCA does.
Correct, well,
But yeah,
somebody,
I just want to
somebody
make sure
could
that was clear.
continue.
Is, you know, yes.
I appreciate that correction, thank you. I'm wondering if, because we do have the master plan going out, and to me, we need to look at the whole park. I'm wondering if we're doing ourselves an injustice by not looking at other areas for these entities. using a P3. I don't believe that these nonprofits, these private companies actually need to be on government property right there, especially in that corner where there's utilities. I mean, he stated that the utilities would prohibit something being built on that corner. So I'm wondering if we are hurting ourselves by not maybe even looking at that Pan American property that we were looking at for utilities to be extended to. Something down there as far as a community building or that, and allow the master plan to look at the entire park as a park for all peoples, and maybe utilize a P3. Has anybody given consideration to those sort of measures?
No.
Thank you. I was an executive director of a YMCA further up in the state. And it's private nonprofit, and there's fundraising goes on for that. One final note, I would actually love to see the art center more or closer to City Green. I think it'd be an excellent visual place instead of down off some street that you can't visualize very much. So again, I would rather consider other areas than just continuing what we've always done for 65 years, 75 years. Thank you.
City Manager, so when we looked at this last time, and Roger was up here with Core Construction, and we had discussed kind of going in a little more to what Commissioner Luke was talking about, looking at an entire, like a concept with a P3, with an entire master plan. At that point, we were actually looking at, doing a master plan for the Dallas White, but also tying that into a facility over on the east side of town. Of course, my concept was more of the capital lease program, so it wouldn't cost the city to do that. The Y, the Boys Club, all this could get more bang for their buck because you're pulling everything together. But you had mentioned, can you give me all right, so you had mentioned an unsolicited RFP. That would be, all right, so an unsolicited or a solicited RFP. That's the difference that, that we'd be looking at according to.
P3, not RFP.
Sorry, P3. Yeah. So, so an unsolicited, just give me a rundown again. What exactly does that mean?
Is, in this case, YMCA's got this great idea.
Mm-hmm. They come to us.
They come to us. The other two Ps, the private, come to us and say, we got this great idea. This is what we want to do. In this case, it'd be on our land. That's why we make up the public portion of it. Our P3 ordinance requires a check be written. It has to be evaluated, and then that is brought forward at some point to the commission. The solicited P3, which is, the commission says, we got this great idea. Let's see if anybody wants to work on it with us on it. So we put that out. And then that brings in solicitations of ways that other entities want to work with us.
Right.
Can I ask a
Again, I did not bring the P3 ordinance with me. I don't know all of the ins and outs off the top of my head of it.
Right.
I don't
So.
know where we're gonna go with this.
So if we put out a solicited, are those same costs there with the unsolicited?
I'd hate to answer that. I don't have.
It's different.
I think it's different.
It
I
is.
believe they
I
are
don't wanna
different.
get it.
It's a little less or something.
The risk is
No?
more on, is it something
City
we
attorney.
wanted?
No, the fees that the city adopted for unsolicited and solicited were $25,000. There is a fee for, I also don't have the ordinance pulled up, but there's a fee for like an unsolicited kind of test project that was only $5,000. That initial stage, it's not a requirement. But yes, you all did adopt in the fee schedule equivalent fees, whether if it's a full-blown proposal, whether it's unsolicited or solicited.
Okay. And then if we put out a solicited, you'd have a minimum of what, like 90 days, right? Is that like 90 days for the,
To put the solicitation out there?
Yeah.
It typically takes us 90 days. The time you draft, from the time you say go,
right,
we have to draft a scope, it has to be reviewed, the solicitation is out on the street typically for 30 days, it's gonna be advertised. The turnaround time frame, just for a ballpark number, is usually 90 days.
And if it's unsolicited, then they come to us. It's just a matter of whether or not we accept it or not. Is that it, or is there another?
There's a lot of work, it has to be reviewed.
Right.
We have, because there's a lot of times engineering and design that we don't have somebody on staff to do, that's the reason for the fee, is we hire somebody to do that. If we have a contract with somebody already, it's a little faster. If we,
And is that something we have to do, or is that something that they could contract done?
we
On
have
the
to
private side, we have to
we
do
do.
that one? Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Can I
Yeah.
piggyback to your? So even, we just got done with a master plan for Warm Mineral Springs. We're gonna be doing a master plan for Dallas Park. When we conclude with that, we actually could go out and solicit for that P3 at that point in time, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Caruso?
Did you get your answers?
Mhm.
All right.
Okay.
I'm trying to find a consensus.
Can I ask him?
Can Commissioner McDowell ask a question? While you get your consensus, go ahead.
One of the public commenters stated the conditions at the daycare. That I was disappointed if those are actually the conditions was not brought forth to the commissioners. She stated that the toilets overflow and that the children are sleeping on the cleaned up areas even though they're not really clean. And I just want to make sure, is that accurate and true, or is that something the YMCA is supposed to be handling? Could you please elaborate on that? Because the last time we had a conversation about the conditions at the YMCA, we were told it was safe, it was secured, and that it was healthy. So if that has changed, I need to hear that now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tricia Wisner again. I was at the facility today. They have done a great job working on cleaning up the facility. There are still stains on the carpet. There are still areas where there's room for improvement. However, they have addressed the leaking toilets. They've cleaned the air filters. They've done a lot of work. They rented a lift. So the facility it's not beautiful, it's not brand new, but I believe that the
Functional.
consensus is still that it is safe and
Functional, I'd say.
functioning well.
So in other words, these are just general upkeep of a building that you would have with any building that is starting to show its age and its little creaks and stuff, correct?
That is how it appears to
Thank you.
everyone that comes, yes.
And if I can speak for the YMCA, Pete Shattuck, Chief Operations Officer, we did have a toilet problem. We spent $2,500 to repair it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what the agreement says.
Commissioner Caruso?
So I'd like to get consensus for us to work in partnership with the YMCA to build a city building to house the YMCA daycare and Kiwanis clothes closet on the old FD area, and to include the art center in a new building or refurbished Algol Hall by means of whichever is the least expensive to the city as possible. And I'm leaving that open for city staff to figure out between the entities, because it may be a P3, it may be whatever it is, but at the least amount of money to the city as possible. And that's the first part of it.
I would be in agreement if in that there was the mention of actively looking for a partnership with a P3, like actively doing that.
Well, that was,
Well, yeah, but you're leaving it open to however. I mean, that's the direction I would like us to go, just because of the costs.
what I'm trying to get at
And the
is,
speed,
I see what you're saying.
right?
I see what you're saying now.
Because if we can get the private partnership part of it, well, then we're gonna move a lot faster.
I see exactly what you're saying. I was just trying to keep it open so they could do fundraisers
But
and donations too.
Well,
is
my
what I'm
thought is
trying to
this
get at.
addresses some of the public, you know, a couple of the public's
Perception.
concern, the perception of, are we giving to specific organizations? You know, it kind of puts that ball over there, and I do believe that the private sector does a lot faster work.
Oh, absolutely.
So, And not only that, but when you're looking at it properly, you know, I think those costs are covered and the burden is not on the citizens
But
per se.
is there a way for us to say, yes, to do what Commissioner Hanks is saying? How would you word that? To go forward looking for a
I
P3
guess that'd be a
to,
solicited? Would that be a solicitation?
Yes, that would be a solicited P3 if you want us to actually go out, try and find a way to do it, as opposed to the way, what it sounds like to me is, you're not, I mean, obviously, you're not waiting for somebody to come to us. You're now wanting to go out and find somebody. That's, in very generic and basic terms, the difference between solicited and unsolicited is who starts it. If you want us to start it, it's a solicited, which sounds like where you're going, and we can make that happen.
I guess I was just trying to find a way for us to partner with the Y and the Art
Well-
Center to create these buildings. I know
Well, I think
that,
that's all part of it.
because I know
Yeah,
the
it's not-
Art Center may be a different, like, they've been working for years. They've only been here since '05, let's be clear. They haven't been here 65 years in that building. So, but I know they've been working on, to get enough money to build their own building. They've been doing that since its inception. So maybe there is some sort of capital investment they can put in. Probably not a whole lot, I would assume, but maybe something. And I guess that's what I was trying to do, is
that's
keep
where
it
these-
open.
Right, but that's where these companies like Core come in and they actually do the financing. So it'd be.
So they would pay it to Core?
Well, that's how the capital lease works. So these are private entities come in, and then they, and correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, but then they come in, they do the financing themselves. So the cost is not on the city. Once that capital lease, I'm speaking very generically, once that capital lease is up, then those buildings are turned over to the city to do with as they deem necessary. If it's sell them, if it's run them, if it's continue to draw in lease money, then that's fine. But my concern is if we only do it with the daycare and the art center, I don't want to interfere with the whole master plan. So I personally would like to see everything kind of working together with it. So that way, when you're talking about this complex, whether it's, you know, just the Dallas White Park complex, everything kind of jives together. So the Y is working with the art center, and the art center is working with the city, and the city's working with the developer. You know what I mean, in the full P3. So this would be more like a P4, right? So you'd have the art center, I don't care how many Ps are involved. You know, it's just a matter of getting it done. And I believe if we go that route, I think that's going to be the most cost-effective and the quickest route to.
See, once you throw that master plan in, it's not gonna be quick. You have a 2-year minimum before that master plan is done, and you have the ability to start on that master plan's plan. 2 years.
You got
minimum.
planning even with a P3.
But there's less.
But you're diverting a master plan that is supposed to be for all peoples. I mean, you're usurping a master plan coming into position.
Well, I'm fairly certain that the YMCA and those who utilize the pool and those who are in the art center are our people and the people who utilize that area. So to say that we're actually only singling out the people who use the area. But we did the same thing with Mineral Springs. We didn't say tear everything down and create a master plan without taking into consideration that the buildings that already currently exist or the uses that currently exist, we're doing the same exact thing. We're saying that we qualify the uses that exist today on that property. How do we put it all in the same spots?
No, you're not. It's not the same thing.
Well, that's not what you're saying, but that's what I'm saying.
No, it's not the same thing as what you're doing with Warren.
Commissioner, whenever I'm looking at it, Commissioner Carusone, whenever I'm looking at that, the P3 itself, the solicited or the unsolicited, I don't know.
Solicited.
Yeah, the solicited. So when that's done, they're going to do the feasibility studies. They're going to help create all of that. That's all done there. So that's why this thing moves faster, I think, because it's not us working on one piece, waiting for them to work on theirs, waiting for them to work on theirs, and it's all of us coming together and trying to jive it together. Everything's done together at one time.
So are you saying that you want consensus for us to go out to find a P3 that's willing to not only create the new daycare the new, in conjunction with the clothes closet, the art center, and a pool, and the pool, put it all together,
I think you're gonna get more bang for your buck.
right? And then, as well as the East End development, because I see those as two separate.
Well, right now, I'm
things.
just talking about Dallas White,
Okay,
right?
I
I would
just wanna
love to
be-
say, let's drag in the East, but I think that's gonna throw us all out of
Just want to
whack
be
here.
very clear,
So
okay.
I'm just talking about Dallas White. If you guys want to throw in the East End, I'm more than happy, because I'd love to see that. But I'm just talking about Dallas White itself, and I think that's
Okay.
what's gonna work best. I
As
do believe
well
that'll be-
as the master plan for anything else they want to
I would like to see
choose?
the P3 do the entire area. That's what I'm talking about, and then everything jives together.
I would rather do that and not restrict yourself to Dallas White. Again, you're saying the hole in the ground or whatever, so it's got to be like that. I think it needs to be a clean slate, and you look at.
This goes into the
whole
feasibility
thing.
studies and all those things that'll be
Exactly.
done
It
through
doesn't
the
have to
P3.
be that
But
property.
if,
It can be.
but if that's the property that they come up with, great.
I think it should be that, but that's a
But-
different thing. Well, my concern here is the time it's gonna take for us to solicit anything.
Well, you're talking about what, 90 days?
If
Minimum.
only,
Minimum.
if
Well,
only.
I mean, that was a conversation we just had. So 90 days minimum there. I think if we wait for us to do a master plan, finish the
Forget
master
it.
plan, now it's even
Forget it.
longer.
They'll be gone.
And then you're trying to, and then you're waiting for them to work with us, it's even longer, because everybody's trying to jive together. I think if we get one entity, or, partnership entity that comes together and looks at this entire thing as a whole, I think it's gonna be the fastest route, I think it's gonna be the most cost-effective route, I think it's gonna be the route that costs the taxpayers the least amount of money. And that's what I'd love to do, especially when we're talking about, we just don't have the money in there right now.
William?
Yes, please.
You're talking about the fastest route. I hate to tell you, but the fastest route is for the YMCA to build their own building where they see fit and the way that they deem appropriate.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, just they're using a
Just
P3 to
the
do
Y,
it.
but not even involving the city, because that
So you're talking about
time-
them leaving our park and just finding a whole new place, go buying land?
Wherever they see fit, if it's in the city of Northport, which it sounds like it is
Right.
because of the
But they
need.
have to move from the park is what you're saying, because we own it. That's what,
Yeah, because like Commissioner Luke had said, there's property available over on Pan American. They don't have to build it on city property.
City property, isn't it? On
No,
Pan
the property
American.
that is being referred to
No.
on Pan American is
Where
not
they
ours.
were gonna do
We
the
were going to,
utility.
we looked at buying it to build the utility administration
utility.
system or building.
Right?
well, you access the front 7 acres or whatever it was, or, I think, right?
Thought there was an excess.
Using that as an example.
Right, it's just an
And
example.
We just got a list of all sorts of property that we have all over the city.
That's available that didn't fit our needs. If you're looking for speed, the speediest way to do this and accomplish getting a daycare for the YMCA, because that is the crux of what this entire project is. A daycare for the YMCA is to have them build one.
It's not just about speed, Commissioner. It's about the
what I've
people
been
who
hearing.
utilize it.
That's all I
You're
said.
so
I said
far
cost, I said all
removed
that.
from the people who actually use this daycare. It's amazing.
not just-
These are children who are on free and reduced lunches. These are kids who don't even get a meal unless they're at the daycare. You do not comprehend what we're dealing with here
Excuse me.
at all.
Commissioner, I do comprehend, because this is something that is happening all over the city. It is
No,
not
it's
just
not.
at the YMCA. The
It's
Boys and
not.
Girls Club have the
It's
same
not.
problems.
It's not.
Children's First
Calm it
has
down
the
here.
same problems.
Not.
So to have the city partner with the
How
YMCA,
much they get in funds
would you
and
please
grants.
let me talk?
Why? You didn't let me talk.
All right, guys. We all just stop talking for a second. Thank you.
Mayor, can I have a question, just a little bit off canter on this, with the master plan? Now, let's say that we were looking at the P3, like you were suggesting with the Y and the Art Center, and it was off the Dallas White property. Now, wouldn't that affect the master plan, because we would not be?
Well, it would affect the master
We
plan
wouldn't
of
be
Dallas White.
incorporating the
Yeah.
Dallas White projects.
Which would then
Correct.
make it completely separate from the city. If it goes to private land, it would be, well, then it wouldn't be a I wouldn't see it being a P3 unless they
No,
invited
not
the
Dallas
city.
White, that would be a different plan, our master plan, that's what I'm saying, it
Well,
would change, it would
well,
alter.
well, if it's moved from the area, you wouldn't use it as a master plan there, because you'd have a whole nother master plan elsewhere that
Well, that's
wouldn't.
what I'm saying, the
include that.
master plan we're incorporating right now is for these different entities to be involved as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's for the whole development there.
Right, but if they move to a different area, then our master plan would change because we would not be incorporating
The
these
what?
entities anymore,
Yeah.
is what I'm saying.
Right.
I just wanted that clarification.
Can I add to that though? Because that master plan looks at it all. So it's not, I mean, I think it was 2008, the last master plan for Dallas White Park. And they thought about having like a boardwalk along the canal. There was pickleball courts and there was a lot of other amenities that you find at a park. What we're talking about doing with nonprofits isn't a park situation, it's service. So that's why I'm thinking, why restrict yourself to a park atmosphere when you have other grounds within the city that can be utilized for services, especially with a P3.
Let's do this, because we're on questioning time.
No, I thought we were done.
Against
Well, no,
consensus for
we haven't
20
made a
minutes.
consensus or motion, so
All
we're still
right,
on
so
questions.
I'll move to solicit a P3 to include a pool, the YMCA amenities, the art center, and the clothes closet, as well as the entire Dallas White Park entity in creating a master plan to be brought before us within the next 6 months. There you go.
Can you please repeat that?
The city clerk can.
Someone?
To solicit a P3 that will create a new daycare.
Do you have your
Oh,
mic
I'm
on?
sorry. To solicit a P3 that will create a new daycare, clothes closet, art center, and pool, as well as the entire Dallas White Park entity master plan to be brought back within 6 months.
A second?
Solicit P3 to include a pool, the YMC amenities, the art center, and the clothes closet, as well as the entire Dallas White Park entity to be brought before us within the next 6 months. Yes.
I second. I have a motion on the floor by the vice mayor, or not vice mayor, sorry, Commissioner Carusone, seconded by myself. Commissioner Carusone, you have anything to that?
I can't explain how important these amenities are and how important it is that they remain where they are. They're successful for a reason. You know, it's always been, I wish Mr. Boone was here because you'd hear repeatedly, it's location, location, location. And this is what these particular services provide, is the services for the people in those locations. It's not about the services, it's about the people that take up those services, that live in that surrounding area, that have easy access, that can get in and out of Northport Boulevard. It's not just an everyday street. This is where City Hall used to be, folks. Let's look at it as a historical area. Keep the Algol Hall so that we can actually have something in history that we didn't just tear down. And let's put the art center in there and let's be creative. But those children deserve something way better than our ironclad walls and concrete building with carpeting that's stained and never going to be helped unless you replace it. Those are our kids. They deserve better. These are our elderly, our disabled. They deserve better. The people in the arts world, they deserve better. Let's do something.
Thank you. City manager, I have your light on.
Did that, you mentioned a P3 for all the things, did that include construction?
Yes.
Everything.
Just want to
Everything.
make sure because it was,
Yes,
wasn't-
everything.
we weren't clear on this end of the.
Okay, do we need to put that in the motion then, so that we're clear?
Solicit P3 to include a pool, the YMCA amenities, the art center, and
I
the
mean, I'm
clothes
talking
closet,
turnkey is what I'm
as
thinking.
well as the entire Dallas White Park entity to be brought before us within the next 6 months. To include master plan and construction, correct?
That makes it clearer for me, thank you.
Okay, and then I guess I'll second that again.
So
Just
that'll be,
good motion.
so,
A second.
Yeah,
no,
'cause
it'll
my-
be an amendment,
Okay, then it's an amendment.
will be to
Yeah,
include.
because my concept is that when this is all done, it's all turnkey.
Correct.
Just walk into the establishments. Okay, Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I would very much like to support this P3 for the Dallas White Project. But the fact that it is including the YMCA amenities and services brings me back to, we cannot just do this for the YMCA. The YMCA is a private entity. There are hundreds of private entities within our city that need new buildings, that need expanded services, that need everything because of the growth of our city. Meals on Wheels is looking for a new place with a new kitchen. Yes, the one they have is a new kitchen, but it's not big enough. The Boys and Girls Club is looking for a new place. And while I understand Commissioner Carasone's passion for our kids, mine is too, but it's much larger than 60 kids that use the YMCA, and the YMCA is a private entity. We as a government should not be doing this. This is not our money that we're using to help the YMCA. If we could take out the YMCA, I'd be all for it.
Yeah, I think we're person words. I think when we're,
What do you mean?
I think we're person words in the sense, yes, we already have tenants, at the Art Center, we have tenants with the Y, we have that. So we're looking at doing this P3 to do this master plan for this entire area.
But it keeps being said about
two of
the
those-
YMCA.
Excuse me, two of those tenants that were mentioned are the Y and are the Art Center. Now, we can finish this, and the YMCA can fulfill their lease and leave. In 30 years, when everything, now, according to the way I was thinking of this working out, if in however long that capital lease ends up and the building comes back to us, do as we desire, they may decide to leave, and then it's no longer a YMCA building. It's now a Meals on Wheels building. So to me, it's, what I hear her saying the YMCA, but I think that's for lack of other terms. I hear it, and I know, because they are there. They're there. I mean, they're the tenants, and we're looking at the entire master plan, we're looking at all the buildings, and yeah, it's going to include the tenants that are there. We're not throwing people out just because we're doing something new. But it doesn't mean that they're going to be there for 40 more years. They may outgrow whatever we build in 10 with our exponential growth. And they may say, listen, we have to go somewhere else. And now we have a building that is now going to be able to be leased to Meals on Wheels. So to me, it's not per se, when I'm doing this, I'm not thinking I'm doing this just for the Y, and I just want to do this for the Y. I'm not doing it just for the Art Center. I'm doing it for the community as a whole, that entire master plan. These just happen to be tenants that are there currently.
Finish.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought you were, because you stopped.
And while I appreciate everything you're saying, the people wearing the T-shirts, including the commissioner, have YMCA on it. So this is ultimately, the YMCA gave the presentation. This is ultimately to benefit the YMCA. I don't care how you cut the pie. That's what this purpose is of this discussion. That's what it said in our backup. That's what it said everywhere. To build a YMCA daycare. And that is where I have a problem.
But our motion has changed,
It has not changed because it says YMCA amenities and services.
along with the Art Center, along with everything else. So there are a lot
So
mentioned there,
the
along with
other-
the pool, that's another thing that was mentioned.
The YMCA is privately owned in Venice and in Port Charlotte and in Punta Gorda and in Fort Myers. And for this to be a city project, it cannot include the YMCA. And that's how I feel about it. I will end my comments there because obviously I'm going to be in the minority, but that's where I am going with it. And when this P3 comes back, I sure hope that it will be opened up for a building for everybody, not just the YMCA. And
Commissioner Liu.
Yeah, I prefer to do a full master plan process. I would rather see the P3 not be restricted to just those grounds. I would rather see the entire community encompassed with a P3 type program, so it's not just the current users. I would rather see a fuller scale of stuff. So because of
I don't want to divert the master plan process that we're used to. I'm not going to be able to support this.
Okay. Let's take the vote. I see nobody else. Another comment? Commissioner?
No, I've said my piece many, many times.
I stated before the vote, I would like to say that the clothes closet might be able to go in where the Salvation Army will be leaving.
All right.
Can I dare broach the subject about the pool, what we're doing with the pool?
I
Because
just made that motion.
Will you please let me finish?
No.
Go ahead, Commissioner McDowell, please. Commissioner McDowell, go ahead.
The pool is on life support, and obviously, we are not going to get this P3 done while the pool is on life support. We're all here, everybody's here. What are we gonna do with the pool? Because that was one of the things that we needed to talk about. What are we going to do with the pool now?
Well, we're gonna, the way I understand it, according to the motion, is we're gonna work on the pool. It's probably gonna be redone according to the master plan with the P3. That's the way I understood the entire motion to me. So the pool is included in that. And I get it, it may take a year or two to finish everything, but these are phases that can be done, and some of these phases can be done before the others, I don't know.
Okay, so if they come back and the staff says, hey, the heater went out, because that's already been happening, are we fixing it, or are we going to close the pool?
Well, right now, we have not, yeah, we're gonna fix it because we haven't.
Contract.
Yeah, we have a contract, and the board has not decided to not fulfill its obligations as of yet. So we're gonna continue with what we're doing.
So we're going to continue putting expensive Band-Aids on this, even though we have an aquatic center that's opening up in 2 months. This makes no damn sense.
Yes, ma'am, because there are a lot of people
I'll
that
make
still
a
wanna use
motion,
the
Mayor.
pool. Go ahead.
And before I get to the motion, I'm going to spell it out. We have an aquatic center that has a pool that is opening in 2 months. For us to continue to put Band-Aids and throw good money after bad, knowing that we have a master plan coming in about a year or two, however long, my suggestion is that we nurse the pool until it opens without putting any further money into it, because we have the aquatic center.
City Attorney, can you make a motion that contradicts a motion that was previously approved?
Talking about the current status of the pool, if we're going to keep putting money into it. We have a facility that we just spent $12 million on that has a pool and aquatic center.
I don't see the city attorney put her light on, so I'm gonna assume everything is okay. Do I have a second for the
I
motion?
have to make the motion. I wanted to
oh, sorry, I thought you
clarify where I was going with the motion. So I would like to make a motion that we cease investing money at the Dallas White Pool because we have this aquatic center that's opening.
Does that mean you want to shut it down? That's what you're saying?
Keep going, but not put any more money into it.
Do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. You get a lot of drum and people watch. All right. Uh-oh. So we're going to move on to general business, D. As the commission had instructed, discussion and possible action to award funds from Special Event Assistance Program to the Kiwanis. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Give me just a second while this pulls up so I can give you the background. Ultimately, all right, the Kiwanis has applied for special event assistance under the program the city has in place. The amount they've asked for, I believe, was $600. According to our program, they qualify for $500 of assistance. With that, I'm going to open up the question.
All right. I have no questions. Commissioner McDowell.
I'm looking for it, sorry.
Oh.
We moved everything around, so. Can you help me understand the property maintenance of $540 for this event that's like 3 or 4 hours long? Charge, when I asked for a breakdown of the fees, it said $540 for property maintenance, and I'm trying to understand what is that for?
That is correct, and I know that you sent an email today asking for what that made up of. I don't know if staff was able to determine that in the time frame, but there is a setup if it requires city staff to be there to get the place set up. But rather than me just guess what it is, I'll let our folks who made that estimate get with you.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. So the fee is for the staff time for setting up and breaking down and working the event. It was calculated at 9 hours for 2 employees at $30 an hour per the city fee structure, which comes out to $540.
So I've been to these events in the past. Not sure what staff is setting up and taking down. Everything is there.
I can respond to that, Vice Mayor. For the record, Sherry Willett-Grondin, Planning Division. Last year, for the setting up, they set up the tables, tents, and cleanup for this event. That was 2 staff members from property maintenance to set up prior to the event and to do all of the breakdown of those same items.
Well, thank you for that clarification, because I was under the impression that was done by the Kiwanis. So thank you for that. I thought they did that as part of their volunteer stuff. So thank you for clarifying that.
Is that our tents too, then?
They are tents.
It is my understanding it is our tents as well, yes.
So the application is for $600, but our limitation is $500. So I'm trying to understand, are they just asking for an additional 100?
They put in a request for 600. We have a matrix that says, your event's this big, this is what you qualify for. So all the staff will recommend is what our program allows for. If commission decides to approve more than that, that's up to you all, but I can't change the program. Only you all can change the amount. So we put forth what the commission approved guidelines stated, which was $500. An entity can ask for whatever they want to ask for. It's up to commission what they approve. All staff will ever recommend is what the guidelines call for.
Okay, getting back to my first question, so set up and breakdown and 3 hours for 2 staff, so 6 total hours at $30 an hour?
9 hours for 2 staff.
9 hours?
Yes, that's correct. It starts before and goes after the event actually occurs.
So 9 times 2, so it's 18 hours?
Yeah.
2 employees,
2 employees,
9 hours of
hours,
work.
$30 each.
Event is from what, 10 till 1?
That's 3 hours, set up and tear down time. I mean, they have to be prepared before it. That's how many hours it took
So I'm
last year.
here's what I'm hearing. 3 hours setup, 3 hours of time, event time, and 3 hours tear down.
Yes, and that's based on last year's event, if I heard Sherry correctly.
Yes, that was based on last
So
year's.
it's a historical
They have
number.
not changed that.
You know, if they can do it faster, they'll do it faster.
If they had volunteer help, would that help cut down those costs?
Depends on the volunteers.
Well, Kiwanis's event.
But if they send volunteers that can't do, it would depend on the quality of the volunteers.
Gotcha.
I
Okay,
can't
thank you.
answer that.
That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Carrasone?
I was ready for a motion, but
Okay,
Commissioner Emmerich
well,
is
Commissioner Luke is next.
Do we have a stipulation that says the staff has to be there during the 3 hours of the event?
No,
Or
but we
do
do
they
have a
request
stipulation that
them?
if they come in and this is off hours and they go home and they come back, there are minimum hours in the contract that they'd get paid for. There's a callback provision, so I don't know without looking at the details of it, but it might be cheaper to have them stay than to have them leave and come back.
And just to clarify, the event is actually 5.5 hours. It's from 7:30 to 1. At least that's what I have on the application.
And they're there the whole time?
Maybe you should hear from the Kiwanis to get some of these answers.
We go by the application.
Is that it? Commissioner Luke? Or are you waiting?
Yeah,
on
I
something?
thought somebody was gonna be,
Somebody address me? Didn't you hear?
well, they changed the hours, you know, the
Okay.
time.
Elaine Emmerich, the reason why it says 7 to 1 is because we're setting up at 7. The event begins at 8 and it ends at noon. So the application was just a little longer so that you would understand that we get there at 6:30 and begin setup. So we would need the tables and stuff at 7 to be brought over. And we do help clean up. We make sure the park looks better than when we got it.
That being
Thank you.
said, once we know all the details of when the event is gonna be, we shore that up with the Kiwanis. We're only gonna pay the employees for the time that they're actually here. So if we went by the application, said the event's this long, if it's different than that, then it could reduce the employee time and employee costs.
The
So
only other
it
thing
may
I
be
was gonna
less.
Tell you was last year, this happened kind of the same way, and it was approved for a little bit more than the requirement. So we basically asked for the same thing from last year.
Motion made if there's no further questions.
I've got, Mr. Emmerich.
I just have
Commissioner
one
Rich?
question. You had stated that they worked throughout the event, the city staff. What do they work throughout the event?
I can only go by my understanding of what occurred last year, Commissioner, that the employees did stay during the time of the event to help pick up, clean up, or whatever was needed throughout the event. That is my understanding of what occurred
Okay, I just
last year.
didn't know what type of duties they were assigned throughout the event, and emptying trash and this, that, and the other, I know is a need, and if that's what they're doing, that's all and fine. I just wanted to get that clarified, that's all. Thank you, that's all I had.
Okay. I have nothing else. Commissioner McDowell, you had
No,
a
Vice,
motion.
Commissioner Carrasone said she'd like to make the motion, so
Okay.
please allow her.
Commissioner Carrasone?
Yes, I'll move to approve, or the award of up to $600 from the Special Event Assistance Program to Kiwanis to cover the cost of city fees and/or resources.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Commissioner Carrasone?
Just that this has been we've been doing it Kiwanis has been doing it for at least 20 years, to my knowledge. And that it's a well-run, event and usually takes up minimal staff time and staff resources, so I can't imagine it even getting close to $600. So the reasoning for having people on hand from the city is beyond me. I've always argued that point. I don't get it, but whatever. So up to 600 is fine.
Commissioner McDowell?
Nothing.
Okay, let's take the vote. Have no one else? And that passes unanimously. Okay, I think we're jumping backwards.
Consent.
All right, we're moving on to consent. City manager, did we have anything, request to be pulled for discussion as of yesterday?
Yes, I had items E and F requested to be pulled by
E and F?
Vice Mayor. So I'm assuming she still wants them
Okay.
pulled.
Then
Yes,
I
I do.
will, okay, then I will, can I get a motion?
Make a motion, Mayor, to approve consent agenda items A, B, C, D, G, and H as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by the vice mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's take a vote. Well, I was on my way. Apparently I was moving too slow. All right, that, we're waiting on somebody else to push a button.
Yes.
Commissioner Luke. That passes unanimously. Okay. Moving on to item E. Approve the asset disposition and recommended method dated May 2019, and I'll let you finish this, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. You may or may not remember, we discussed, the police department brought to you a proposal to sell 8 of our police cars to the school board last year. We sold 4 already. The plan was to sell 4 more later on, once they were, the replacements had arrived and everything. When we originally entered into this, we did make a mistake as far as the procurement process, or the disposition process. We sold them for $6,000 to them. If it's over $5,000, they should have been auctioned. They were not. We missed that in the code. This time we caught it. That's why you'll see in here the amount is $4,900 instead of the original $6,000. If we were to sell it to another government entity, according to our code, and following this strictly, it would have to be auctioned to them, and they would be able to bid on it like anybody else could. The costs of an auction, the cost of advertising an auction, this is probably the same amount we would receive net at the end of the day, unless somebody bid a tremendous amount. But assuming that the value on here, which is, I believe, included in the backup, if I'm not mistaken, this will net us about the same as we would as if we auctioned it. That being said, for some reason, our code states that when we want to sell something to another governmental entity to try to save overall taxpayer dollars, we can't do it if it's more than $5,000.
And that would go into my next question. Why do we have a code that says that? Do you know any
I can tell you this code has been this way since before I started here. It does state that we should offer it to them, but it hasn't been changed in the last 11 years. To be completely honest, we haven't had a situation like this before where we've had another government entity that was interested in something we had and was over $5,000 until this item came up in the time I've been here.
I'm sure they're very happy that you can drop that price an extra.
I'm sure they are. That being said, so, like I said, we made the mistake last year. I apologize for that. We caught it this time. That's why there is a difference. And if you want my recommendation on the code itself, I think that we should offer it to other entities and that it should be changed. That's my opinion of the code, is the intent of the way it's written is so that when you're selling something to another governmental entity, it's benefiting taxpayers on both ends. And it shouldn't have to be bid. That was the reason I believe it was supposed to, the way it was intended to be. Again, it was before I got here. But in reviewing it with the city attorney and our procurement folks, over $5,000, we'd have to auction it no matter who we wanted to sell it to.
What code is that?
It's under the procurement code. It's Chapter 2, Administration, Article 8, Procurement, Section 2-419, disposition of city assets. So if it was the desire of the commission that we are able to sell things to other governmental entities outside of the auction process, if you all give me that direction, I'll bring that back anyway.
Well, I definitely don't ever want to tie a noose around our necks.
But that's
Even if it
up to you all.
happens, right?
It's the code. Whether it would be my recommendation to change it. So if you give me the direction, I'm gonna bring it anyway. I would just know now whether or not you have any idea of whether you're gonna say yes
Well,
or
that's why I
no.
was asking you for, because I think it's something that needs
I
to be
think
brought
it's long
forward.
overdue to be
Can-
changed, because I don't think it is the intent of what this code or the state law it references was to happen, but it is the way it reads.
Can I get a consensus to have city manager?
You better get that
look-
on a motion.
Oh, should we?
I was planning on
All right,
making one
go
after
ahead.
the main motion, but if you wanna do it now.
Let's make it now, it's on topic.
All right, move to direct staff to bring back a amendment to the code as it pertains to procurement and relationship to selling items to other governmental entities.
I'll second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by Vice Mayor. Commissioner Carrasone, you good?
I think city manager shored it all up.
Make an amendment to the motion.
Commissioner McDowell?
We are going through a ULDC rewrite, and it's my understanding that they are going to be looking at combining the admin code and the ULDC. Can we do that at the same time?
I don't believe this is something they're looking at in that area, because it's a technical thing that most likely, and I mean, let's face it, I've been here 11 years, it's never come up. I don't know that it was something that prior to this item coming forward, anybody realized was a problem.
Okay, so it's not going to, so the admin code and the ULDC are not going to be looked at simultaneously by the consultant?
Correct.
Bothersome, we'll have a
Well, I mean, they're
conversation
looking at
about
the
that.
parts that overlap. This is not one that overlaps in the two, I guess is probably a better way
Gotcha,
of
thank you
wording
for explaining that.
that. Yeah.
So I'll just
Want me
go
to
ahead
go?
and second.
Okay. All right, so a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by Vice Mayor. Can we take a vote? Passes unanimously. Now on to topic. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I'm the one that asked to have this pulled, and I do see Chief in the audience, so I have a quick question for him. It was last year, if I could, City Manager, last year, we had given authorization to sell 4 of them to the school board. That was a different police chief. And I would like to see if the police chief is on board with this going again. And then I have another question.
Yeah, I believe that was the ICOP that was here when we actually did that.
Correct.
And yes, I have no issue with the chief approving this or not, or getting his opinion on this.
Todd Garrison, Chief of Police, I absolutely agree with this program and our partnership with the School Board Police Department.
Thank you. We can go ahead and take a motion.
Okay. I have nobody else, so I'll entertain a motion. Anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I figured Commissioner McDowell pulled it, so. she
Somebody,
went on.
somebody pushed the
Well, I
button.
had a button pushed
No,
earlier,
no.
but I don't know if that's mine now. Clerk, do you know?
I have,
Well, I have a second push, but I don't even see a motion. Now there's no buttons.
I'll move to approve a consent agenda item E.
Have a second? Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Take a vote. And that passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor McDowell dissenting 4.
well, I'm grateful to hear the chief was on board with the, selling these to the school board. But I still have a problem with selling vehicles that have 10 to 12,000 miles on them on an average year. I firmly believe these vehicles could be used as spares in other areas within the police department, and that is the reason why I voted no.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item F. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, we have in the budget the current year, if I'm reading, yes, this related to a master plan for Activity Center 6. That being said, we have found an opportunity to get some grant funding, or at least attempt to get some grant funding for $41,000 related to that same project. And as you've heard me say to the commission many times, if I can get a grant for somebody else to pay for something we want to do, whether we've budgeted for it or not, I'm going to try and find the money so somebody else will pay for our stuff. That being said, you have a grant in front of you.
All right.
So how long until we are either approved or denied for the grant? Do you have any ideas when that decision will be made?
You now have the opportunity to have your brand-new grant person come up and tell you that. So I don't know if you all have met her as, in her current role, while she's getting up here. Every now and then I'll steal somebody good that is in another department and put them in a role that serves me better.
You.
It's been known to happen
Even
twice
city
recently. It's even earned me a nickname from our utilities director. Very nice.
Thief?
I believe it was the Little Ninja.
It's little. Why did that come in that play?
That being said, I'm going to introduce you to Valerie Grant.
Everybody's the same height sitting down, relatively.
For the record, Valerie
Debbie's
Melangowski,
still down there,
Grant
put
Writer,
it on
City
there.
Manager's Office, and the funds would become available July 1st of this year.
All right. So which great answer, because it'll segue to my next question. We have an Activity Center 6 master plan being slated for this fiscal year. I already got the update on how that's progressing, that's great, but what I'd like to find out is the difference between that Activity Center 6 master plan and what this grant will do.
For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. So the master plan is going to be looking at the overall land uses, the transportation networks, where we need to make improvements, especially it has a heavy focus from the comp plan on transportation in that area. The grant application that we wrote is tailored more towards land assembly issues. A lot of the problems in actually implementing the AC6 master plan are going to be because there's so many different property owners. So it's to look at some of the strategies on how you'd actually get this to be implemented over the long term.
What does land assembly issues mean in English?
So, sorry.
Probably looking the wrong way.
You have a lot of property owners out there. Some areas of Activity Center 6 actually include a lot of the quarter-acre lots. So depending on what kind of zoning and land uses you're going to put over that, trying to implement a commercial land use over something that has historically been residential would be challenging. It would be a change in the land use. I don't know that that's what we're going to do. I'm just throwing a potential scenario out there. So you'd want to look at even the areas that don't have quarter-acre lots. There's some larger ones, but trying to get some of that put together so that it can be more functional long-term.
So if this grant is approved, City Manager, will we see what those recommendations are?
Yes. Yeah, those recommendations will come before you all.
Prior to an agreement or after the agreement?
Well, they'll come to you after the grant is done. You know, that we'll hire somebody with the funding from the state. So, and then they'll bring you in the results of the work that they do. That will be just like everything else where we hire somebody, the results that will be brought to you all, and then you'll decide whether or not you want to implement that or not. As long as we don't choke beforehand.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
All right. I have nothing else. I'll entertain a motion, yeah?
Move to approve consent agenda item F.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor. Let's take a vote. That passes 4-0 with Commissioner Carusone choking on a peanut or something, I don't know. No, but she'll be right back. Okay, we're gonna move on. Moving on to our public hearings. We're going to, this is a quasi judicial. We're going to, it's plat for Cypress Falls Phase 2D. City Clerk, swear in those wishing to provide testimony.
Those wishing to provide testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief under the penalty of perjury, so help you God?
Last time I didn't get sworn in and I got chastised by the person sitting next to me, so I had to get sworn in separately, so
That's because he started testifying last time.
Is this on the record? It is now. Okay, wonderful. All right, so any ex parte discussions, Commissioner Luke?
I had agenda briefing, but we deliberately did not discuss.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Sent an email to the city manager, received the answers. I will forward that email on to the clerk.
Thank you. I have 0 or none. Commissioner Kearsarge?
No, I have none.
Commissioner Emmerich?
I have none.
All right. So now we're going to get on to our presentation. Presentation is 20 minutes. Applicant? Or city manager, you want me to do, I need to call you, are you good? Well, I saw you with your hand up. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Strickland Smith with Height Design. I'm here representing Centex Homes on this final plat. And if this takes 20 minutes, we're all in trouble. This takes more than 2 minutes. You guys can run me out of here. Nicole, do you mind putting up the exhibit of the plat area? Sorry, I should have given her the heads up that I was going to rely on her graphics.
Cutting into your 2 minutes.
I know, she is. I can do it in 30 seconds.
Is that good
Name
one?
that tune. Okay, so this is phase 2D of Cypress Falls phase 2, which was a set of subdivision and infrastructure plans that included 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. You've already seen plats for 2A, 2B, and 2C. This is phase 2C. This is phase 2D. The plat has been reviewed and approved by staff. It's been reviewed and approved by the city surveyor. It's been recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board. So we are just here today for your final approval of this plat. And that is really all I have to say unless there's any questions for me.
No, sir, we're just going to wait the other 18 minutes for your time. No, I'm
I
just
defer
kidding.
those to Nicole.
I'll be back in 19.
Okay, Ms. Galehouse, I think you have your ability here to give your proposal.
For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager, and I have been sworn. As the applicant stated, this is Phase 2D, which is the final portion of Phases 1 and 2 of the Cypress Falls subdivision. It's 53 single-family residential lots. We do have a bond on file for the remaining infrastructure for Phase 2. And the plat has been reviewed by our city surveyor, and the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval.
So now, I don't think we have any adverse affected persons or aggrieved parties, so we're going to go back. I've never heard a rebuttal of an agreement, but you want to rebut your agreement over here?
I do not.
Okay.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Are you good?
I
Let's
have no
go.
rebuttal.
Wonderful. Okay. Want to move on to public comment? Do we have any for?
No.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to questions. Do I have any questioners here? Commissioner McDowell?
Just have two real quick ones. The infrastructure that's required to be completed in this phase, what is that infrastructure that needs to be complete?
What's left to be completed, I believe, is the final lift of asphalt and sidewalks is what we have the bond remaining for.
Asphalt for the
The
road?
roads.
Roads? And sidewalks?
Mm-hmm.
So how many miles of road and sidewalks would you say? It's hard to tell in this. Here's my concern. We know how much roads cost and we know how much sidewalks cost. And sidewalks alone is the figure that we keep hearing is 1 million a mile for a sidewalk. Well, we have $250,000. Is that really and truly enough money?
It is enough for what has been left. I did check with our city engineer. Any bond reduction request goes through our city engineer for review. In order to apply for the bond in the first place, there's an engineer's cost estimate on, which is what establishes the bond amount, and then I believe it's 110% of that value. When we do the bond reduction request, it goes through our city engineer to review, and he knows the work that's left to be done, and he approves on those approves those reductions.
So because this is also requesting that bond reduction, and it sounds like the engineer hasn't looked at it, by us approving that bond reduction, is that then usurping the engineer's responsibility?
The bond reduction has already been, that's already been taken care of. That's not part of this approval.
The engineer did look at this.
He did look at
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Thank you,
I think that's where the confusion came in.
thank you. Okay.
That? I have no other questioners, or do I? Okay.
I will, finding that this
Well,
is.
really quick, let me
Oh,
ask if there's a
sorry.
closing argument. You have a closing argument?
I do not.
Guys?
I do not.
How about it? Commissioner?
Okay, finding that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I move to approve petition PLF 18265 Cypress Falls Phase 2D.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything, Commissioner Carasone? Luke?
Thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
Let's take the vote.
Thank you, Centex Homes.
That passes unanimously, thank you. Moving on to item B, Island Walk Phase 8. City Clerk, will you please swear in those wishing to provide testimony?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
Do you do? Said that too many times now.
Okay, any ex parte disclosures, Commissioner Luke?
No, I had agenda briefing and we deliberately skipped this.
Commissioner, or Vice Mayor? Ex
I
parte?
did, yes, and I had to remember because I was trying not to confuse it with the other one for West Villages. Yes, I did. I'll forward it to the city clerk.
Okay. I have 0, none. Commissioner Carasone?
Don't we, don't we need to know what it was?
An email?
Okay,
I'll forward it to the city clerk.
I thought it had to be more,
Voiced. Commissioner Carasone?
no, I have none.
Mr. Ambrose? All right. Then you have 20 minutes, sir.
Once again, it's Strickland Smith with Height Design, representing Vasta Homes, which is the same group, but I think you know that Pulte Group, Syntex and Vasta are the same group, same developer for Island Walk as for Cypress Falls. This is the final plat for Phase 8 at Island Walk. Phase 8 represents 239 single-family homes. It's a continuation of the development pattern that has occurred in Island Walk for the last several years. It is the second to the last of the phases in the portion of Island Walk that Pulte's developing there. This plat has been reviewed by staff. It's been reviewed and approved by the city surveyor, recommended for approval by the advisory board. And then, once again, we are here requesting your final approval of this final plat. And that is all I have.
All right. City staff?
Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager, and I have been sworn. As the applicant stated, this is a plat for 239 single-family lots, the associated road right-of-way drainage and utility easements. It has been reviewed by our city surveyor. We do have a bond in place on this project, and it has been recommended approval from the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board.
Wonderful. No rebuttal?
No, sir.
Okay. We're gonna move on to public comment. We don't have, do we have any?
No,
Okay.
I don't know if she's still here.
Okay, well, look. Katie LeBar? Okay, she's not here. All right, so let's move on to questioning. Any questions? Commissioner Carasone?
With this change in the plat, where do we lie within the large-scale plan? We had approved a large plan for West Villages district independently, and how many how much of it would be commercial and how much of it would be residential? Where are we on those numbers?
So the units for Island Walk are separate from the 16,400 that the rest of the West Villages has. I know this is in here, sorry. So there's a total of 2,399 allotted within Island Walk. 1,982 have already been plotted in other phases. So this brings the total to 2,221 with 178 remaining.
So what you're saying is that this does not go beyond what has already been allocated, it stays within the threshold of what's been planned initially, correct? Okay. I'm trying to get that on the record, that we're not going beyond what was already planned for residential use, therefore, we're not going beyond what was planned for utilities and water use and so on and so forth. We are still within that box that we set forth back in the day.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure of. Thank you.
Commissioner Luke?
I just have a curious question on the fourth slide. This Barande Street, absolutely love the design of it, but in that, there are two properties at each corner, the right and the left of the corner. Go one more. Maybe back. Okay, right there. Those corner lots, you
Yes.
see, is there tiny lots beside that, or do they have a bigger lot because of that design?
They have a bigger lot, essentially.
That's what I figured.
Your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. That's, those are actually utility easements for water lines that stretch out on either end to loop the water systems around those, they call those hammerheads. So it's not a separate parcel on the end there. Those are easements that kind of make it look like a separate parcel. That's just a larger lot that's on the end of those hammerheads.
Love that design. That is cool. They could bring the drive in and stuff, but
Yeah,
when
it
I
kinda
looked
comes
at it,
around.
I'm like, I'm hoping that's not another piece of property. Thank you.
I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the plat for Island Walk, PLF number 19036, as presented.
Second.
Motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's take the vote. If Commissioner, do you have anything to that? Okay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, I was instructed that item D, those folks are here. Would you mind if we pull that up ahead of C? And C is staff, so
Definitely.
would that be okay?
Yeah.
All right, wonderful. So we're going to move on to ordinance number 2019-14. City Clerk, will you please read, I need a motion to read the ordinance by title only.
I'll move.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrison, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's take a vote. That passes unanimously. City Manager.
No, me, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, you need to read the motion.
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 58, Planning and Development, Article 3, impact fees, providing for severability, providing for.
Oh, we're on 2019-14.
14.
Oh, I see. It's 14. Gotcha.
We're on the comp plan one.
Gotcha.
Do we need a motion for you to read the route one?
No, I got it. I'm good. Check. An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida relating to CPAL 19-028, amending the comprehensive plan, future land use map 2-7, and existing land use map 2-8 to change the designation of a plus-minus 12.00 acre area located south of US 41 and east of the State College of Florida campus in the West Villages from public to village, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for transmittal of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Galehouse here so we can just get this moving.
All right. Good evening again. For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. So this ordinance is essentially a cleanup item. In a previous comprehensive plan amendment, this property was marked with public land use because it was originally supposed to be a school site in the West Villages. It's approximately 12 acres. The school has since negotiated and received a different piece of property that's actually, if you look, it's right here on the screen. And it's about 60 acres as opposed to the 12 acres that this was going to be. So we just need to clean this up so that the Village E VDPP can be prepared and brought to you. This ordinance has been advertised in a newspaper of general circulation, and it has been reviewed by our city attorney as to form and correctness. And the applicant is here and would like to give a brief overview as well.
Good evening, I'm Katie Lepar with Stantec, representing Minnesota Beach Ranch Lands. And thank you for the consideration moving this item forward. Nicole did a very good job providing the overview. I've just got a brief presentation, and I'm going to skip to a slide that basically identifies the 60-acre parcel that in 2016 was conveyed to the school district. And so just one point to make is that the 60 acres belongs to the school district. The 12 acres that's the subject of this comprehensive plan map amendment is owned by Minnesota Beach Ranch Lands, and the intent is to develop that as part of Village E, which is town center in the West Villages. And so as Nicole might have mentioned, the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board unanimously recommended approval, and we of course would appreciate a recommendation of approval from you this evening. I'm available to answer any other questions that you might have.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioner Carson?
First of all, I'm a little confused. Minnesota Beach Ranch Lands, you're part of West Villages now?
There are several entities that comprise West Villages. This is one of the ownership entities that's part of West Village, but it is West Villages, yes.
I never heard that you guys were part of it yet, but when did that happen? A while ago?
I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know that.
The 60 acres that was reallocated, was that reallocated on our behalf as public yet?
No, it does not need to be in order for the use to occur as a school site, but we'll do that at a later point when we do another cleanup future land use.
Why wouldn't we do it all at once? I mean, considering we want to make sure it's saved as public and not expand upon the land use requirement.
So this application was actually brought forward from the applicant, so is specifically for the property that they own. And in speaking to the school board in preparation for this meeting today, they are actually possibly renegotiating a different site again and ask that we hold off on doing that.
You know, it's 60 acres that's been allocated as school use does not then get taxed, correct?
Correct.
Well,
Well,
once it's actually owned by the school board.
Oh, I thought it always already was. I'm sorry.
The zoning, though, doesn't determine whether it's taxable or not. The ownership determines
Correct.
whether it's taxable. So
It's
if the school
already-
board owns a piece of property and it's zoned as something other than school, it's still owned by a governmental entity and not taxable. The change in zoning has no impact on its taxability.
Right, but it's more difficult if it's now zoned as public. I guess that was kind of, that would
Still depends who owns it.
nose out off to spider face. Here's what my problem is that it seems like it's a shell game. This property is no longer taxable and has nothing to you, by the way. Now this property is given to the school board, so it's no longer taxable and it's just shifting place to place to place until they're ready to develop those particular areas, and that's, you know, how do you stop that? Like,
But isn't
either
something on the tax?
that's gonna be where you put the school or not.
when this originally occurred, there was a swap from the 12 acres, which had not been conveyed to the school board yet to this. So that 12 acres remained on the tax roll. I'm not sure if that helps.
Yeah, the 12 acres does, but now the 60 acres is taken off in place.
Correct.
Get what I mean?
Yeah.
So now 60 acres may go back on, but they may give 100 acres to them next week. When does that stop? When do we say enough is enough? Pick the site, that's the site. And it needs to be a minimum of, or a maximum of X amount, because you're taking money away from the coffers. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I get your concern is that there's gonna be a bunch of pieces of property that are coming off of the tax rolls, if I'm understanding it correctly.
No, it's more like shifting. First, we started at 12, now we're up to 60. Again, has nothing to do with you. But now we're up to 60. Next one could be 150, and it's a matter of just shifting that legal requirement to pay those taxes from land to land. SWIFMA does it all the time. Land, 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 land. And then, I don't know how we stop that in a comprehensive plan.
I don't know that you can, because if they conveyed the entire property to the school board or another governmental entity, just no matter what it was zoned, it's gonna come off the tax roll.
Yeah, but nothing prevents us from changing the comprehensive plan to align with what it is that they choose either, correct?
Not quite
In other
sure.
words, we're shifting the comprehensive plan right now because of this swap, because of the
Yes.
60 and the 12. Now, say that in 2 months, 6 months, whatever, West Villages decides that they have a 200-acre property that they're going to give to the school board. Nothing prevents us from saying, no, we're not going to change our comprehensive plan to allow you to do the swap this time. Am I correct in that?
I believe the statement, nothing prevents us from saying no to changing the comprehensive plan. We can't stop the swap.
Right, right.
As soon as they do the swap, again, like I say, whether it be 2 acres or 200 acres, it's gonna come
But
off the tax rolls.
it'll hold up their ability to build on that land they swapped with,
No, I
correct?
don't believe so.
No.
The school board doesn't have to come through our local planning processes.
I meant the swap land.
Okay.
See what I mean? So this 60 acres then turns around and they say, oh, by the way, we don't want the 60 acres now, we're gonna use the 100 acres over here now. But they're gonna come in for those 60 acres for the comprehensive plan. Well, no, we won't need a comp plan amendment because it's already public.
Correct me if I'm
Or
wrong,
it's
I
not
think the
public
benefit
now.
for us is something that's currently zoned as school
Yeah,
is being put back to village.
I agree with that.
So
I'm
that's
not,
actually jumping back on.
listen, I'm totally off this subject. I'm not really, what I'm trying to say is that I feel like there's this shell game being played with properties so that there can be a lack of taxes being collected. Does that's how I feel. I'm not saying that it's necessarily true, but if that is true, then how do you stop that? It really doesn't bear anything on the 12 acres and 60 acres. It's just something that seems to be, I seen repetitive, that there's been a shift in properties that are untaxable over the last 15 years since West Villages has been developed. And it's concerning because this is not the only property that there's no permanent home for. That they've done it with other properties like the hospital. And so this is what I'm trying to get at, is that how do you hold them up to that original plan where they said the school is going to be here, the hospital is going to be here, this is where your government service is going to be, and this is.
I understand
Get
that.
what
I
I
don't
mean?
know that there is a way to fix that.
All
I
right.
don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, it's a concern. And I think anybody that's gonna be here for the next 10 years should keep an eye on it, because if it's a shell game, then it could have a financial implication. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Commissioner McDowell?
So kind of along the same lines that Commissioner Carrison was talking about, I too am a little concerned with the locations for government buildings. If we remove this 12 acres from public, because public isn't just for schools, it's city halls, annexes, it's a police station, it's a park. It can be a wide variety of different things. And I am concerned, and I'm trying to get it in a question, where are these government public locations going to be? We just took 12 acres off. Where are we putting it instead?
So the village land use and the village zoning allow for public facilities. Those would be established during the VDPP stage where you could specifically allow for them. The principles of agreement for the West Villages set out the timing that we have to request those properties and request those locations. And that's, it varies from type of property to type of property, but for example, the general government use one, we have to request that before the adoption of the VDPP for that wherever area we want it.
But we had that all laid out. That's,
There's general sites on the index map, but the index map does not get into every specific site that the principles of agreement lays out.
So maybe the better conversation is, I keep hearing that we're gonna see principles of agreement revisions. When is that coming? Because maybe that's the time we have this conversation. I'd hate to take something off of public without knowing where it's going to go. So when are we going to see the principles of agreement?
Right now, we're operating under the current one. I can't promise you that you will see one, because
Yeah.
if the two parties don't come to an agreement to the changes, we're gonna live with the one we have. We are going back and forth. We are very far apart on what the new one would look like. They have some requests that are very far from anything that we would approve, and I'm sure that they probably feel the same way about some of our, we've had 2 meetings to date with them over a revision to the principles of agreement, and like I said, we have to operate under the current one. I can't stop everything for something that might happen. They have requested it. They requested a lot of things that, like I said, I find 0 probability that we would accept. And in order for something like that to be acceptable, they'd have to give us something significant in return, and they're not really prepared to do that either. So I can't tell you you're going to see one. All I can tell you is we're working on a revised one.
So if there's no ETA in sight,
Correct.
by approving this comp plan, we are basically removing 12 acres of public use from this village index map.
Well, you are, but like I said, the use is still a permitted use, and in order to actually put one of those facilities there, we have to have the land, which would go under the principles of agreement and how we actually acquire that land from the developer or the district. So it all has to be outlined there. The land use on this particular piece, it doesn't necessarily limit that from being there in the future.
But the Village E has not been approved yet.
Correct.
So we're taking this off without replacing it, and I have a problem with that, and that's what I see happening. Is that correct? We're taking 12 acres of public land, public use land off
Yes.
without replacing it anywhere, which then limits our ability to expand governmental services, whatever they may be.
It doesn't, because the principles of agreement give us two pieces of general government properties, 1 5 acres and 1 15 acres. So those are in a part of the principles of agreement.
Right,
So
it's
we
just
don't
an
lose those.
area.
Say those again.
5 acres and 15 acres.
mm-hmm.
We don't lose those by changing this land use.
So in order for, so I think where your concern is, we're taking 12 acres off. It reduces the amount of land that could meet those 2 requirements. That being said, it doesn't eliminate those requirements. So they then will have to still find, assuming the current principle of agreement, a 5 acre and a 15 acre that work for what we want it to do. And if that means that they then have to come back to you for another comp plan amendment to have something changed from village to public use, they would have to do that.
But it wouldn't have to necessarily, because the village allows for the public uses to be
Yeah.
there and allows for them to skip the VDPP process. So even if there's not an established VDPP, a government use can go straight to site development.
But we have a master plan of the entire West Village district that lays out where those governmental uses will be. And I think that's what Commissioner McDowell's trying to get at, is without
With the current-
knowing,
the current
how do you
agreement-
plan on the future?
And one of the reasons we're entertaining the idea of redoing the principals agreement is the current agreement has 0 teeth in it. It says that they have to give us a 5 and a 15-acre piece of land. They've offered up some pieces of land. The problem is they don't own them. So here, you want to put a fire station? We've identified a site. That's great. They don't own it. We don't own it. That's the piece they're going to give. And how do you get it? We can't force them to do something.
When was that principles of agreement originally approved?
5 or 6. 2005 or 6.
No, I thought it was
That's when
way,
it's- that's
I
when it
thought
was
it took
signed.
past 2011 before we actually got it.
It's I believe signed in 2006.
I don't remember.
All right, I'm done with my questions. Oh,
Ridiculous.
can I ask one more? So this 5 acres and this 15 acres, on this village index map, we have no clue where they're going.
They're not identified on the index map at this point.
Are they identified to you?
No.
No.
But we have identified in our comp plan 12 acres of public use.
Yes, that was
And by
for the-
removing that 12 acres from our comp plan, we lose the ability to control what use that 12 acres has?
Yes, but
Okay. Thank you.
the index map,
Sounds like a fishy-wishy here going on.
when that was done, the index map had an S on there for school. And that S on there for school has been now moved to just south of the state college. So this is,
The state
goes with that.
that parcel of land that you keep talking about, that is the school's proposed new site, is already owned by the school.
Yes.
So that's already owned by the school. This 12 acres is designated in our comp plan as public. Has nothing to do with that acreage of property for the school.
It does, because that's why it was put as public use, was for that school site.
Because the school
It's
owned
not
it.
Comp plan public
The
use.
school didn't own it, but that was the site that they had originally identified. I don't believe it was ever conveyed to the school board.
No, it wasn't. It's still owned by Minnesota people.
Ranch lands.
I don't know. Minnesota Beach Ranch lands.
I don't remember the school being designated there. I thought it was in a different area, but.
Commissioner Luke?
We are only talking about the 12 acres currently, correct?
Yes.
Changing it from the public. And they do have a S on it specifying that that was supposed to be for school use, correct?
Yes, the S was moved, with one of the recent index map amendments to the location from where this blue piece is to the location where the school board currently owns property.
All right, thank you for that clarification. To me, I don't see anything juggling personally myself, and I appreciate your explanation.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up. But the P in the comp plan does not designate it as only a school. That P in the comp plan is for a wide variety of things. It was never designated on the index map as being the location for the school.
It was previously on the index map.
Not on the one I'm looking at that was approved in July of last year.
That, I believe when we amended it was, yes, that, in July of last year, that's when that moved from this S, we're now.
So now so it already moved in July of 18, that school location. But now we are, by approving this comp plan amendment, we are removing that P, which encompasses a wide variety of public use, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I have nothing else. I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Motion to continue ordinance number 2019-14 and ordinance relating to CPAL 19-28, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map 2-7 and existing land use map 2-8 to change the designation of plus or minus 12 acres land located south of the US 41 and east of the State College of Florida campus in the West Villages from public to village.
Have a second? Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Commissioner Luke? Anything?
Already stated.
You good? Commissioner Emmerich, you have anything?
I'm good.
Let's take a vote.
Hold
Oh,
on,
yeah, go ahead.
I just
Mr.
want to say,
Carusone.
I'm going to support it, only because I know this has nothing to do with you as an individual property owner. I get it. My problem is I do believe that there's something going on, that we're shifting pieces of property, and this is not, again, this is not just related to the public use. This is overall, in a large scale, if you look at different untaxed properties. The reason I'm supporting it is because the 12 acres is going to go back on the tax roll, and it will be developed at a higher taxable value, and I'm good with that. My concern is exactly what Commissioner McDowell said, however, that, you know, where are these public sites designated now, and why do we not have a larger scale, I don't know, plan, vision for it, where we had it in the very beginning, and now all of a sudden things are being shifted around to the point where I think we've lost total sight of what the original purpose and the percentages of different uses on this district was going to be. And I guess that's where my concern is. So, but I am going to support it because I do understand, you know, the predicament you're in. Thank you,
All right.
Mayor.
Commissioner McDowell?
Now, just for clarification, this 12 acres is already owned by Minnesota Ranch Lands people,
That's correct.
correct? It's not owned by the school board, so it's on the tax rolls currently.
Correct.
So it's not coming off the tax rolls, it's not going to come off the tax rolls, it's still on the tax rolls. All we're doing is,
Increasing the taxable property value by allowing it to continue and develop. That's what we're doing.
Correct.
What I said.
All right, let's take the vote. That passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. For reasons stated.
concerned about losing the comp plan amendment for public lands.
All right, thank you very much.
City Manager, can I get permission to sit down with our whatever her new title is? Because I really want to get an understanding of the VVPP process, where that lands within that West Village district, and because I have some general understanding of what we originally intended and where this is going, because I'm a little concerned about that too.
We'll reach out to you and get something.
Please
set
do.
up.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Moving on to
Correct.
first reading, ordinance number 2019-06. I need a motion to read ordinance by title only. Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carusone, seconded by Luke, I believe. Let's take a vote. Passes unanimously. City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 58, Planning and Development, Article 3, Impact Fees, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Manager?
Did we not do the Platte Island Walk?
We did.
Do that?
Yep. Yeah, we're bouncing
Oh, I
all
didn't
over.
mark that off.
We only
Okay.
have two more. We've got this one
Sorry,
and one
I
other.
got
Yep.
a little
City Manager?
disjointed
Well,
there.
we've bounced all over.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to bounce onto this one. This is the impact fee ordinance that you all requested be brought back with changing the currently adopted rates, which are 42.5% of the study that was done in presented in 2011, up to 75% of those same rates. If you want history on it, I can certainly provide the best I can. If not, I'm going to just ask you what your questions are if you have any.
Commissioner McDowell?
All right, I have a few questions in the actual ordinance. Unfortunately, some of them don't have line item numbers, because it's actually in tables. So, under the general government fees in the ordinance, there is, let me get to it, I'll kind of give you a, I'll tell you, hang on one second. Closest line number is 149, but it's above it.
What page?
16 of 20. In the industrial section of the government fee, impact fees, where it says light industrial down to mini warehouse, those fees are not calculated at 75%. They are actually calculated at 100%.
Okay. We'll go through and get those, and look at it and get those changed.
The transportation impact, I'm sorry, transportation part where it says K through 8. Let me get to that one. This one I really do believe is a typo. It's 100% of the K through 8 in the transportation impact fees is $4,613. 75% of that is $3,459.75. I think you just transpose the 5 and the 4
Honestly, trying to find which,
on page 5.
okay, thank you.
I can't give you a line because the tables don't have
What
lines.
was it? K, elementary
K
school,
through 8.
Okay. Yep. We'll recalculate that one as well.
And in the parks ordinance, gotta find it. There is a category in the impact fee study that has it called retirement, but retirement is missing from right above line 115 on page 6.
Oh, page 6.
Okay.
That retirement land use is used throughout the actual ordinance. It's just missing
In this
that
one section.
category, that line.
Okay.
What line is that? Because I'm looking at
The
page
block
6.
right above 115 just has 3. Sounds like it should have 4.
It should have 4 items there. Okay, and in the actual study of,
Okay, apparently it's not in the
Hold
current
on.
ordinance either.
What's that?
I didn't look at the current ordinance, I was going by the study, and the land uses in the study, it's in the study, and that land use is used throughout this ordinance, it's just retirement is not in that one.
Okay.
And as in community? Is it meaning community? Because I know that there was a conversation about parks not being able to be,
Study,
to be put against commercial properties.
Correct. Parks can't be done to commercial, but if
So is
it's,
that maybe why?
well, if it's a retirement residential community, that's not commercial, that would be
Right.
residential.
I guess that's
We'll compare it
the
to the
question.
study and put a 75%, especially if it's all the way throughout the other, if it's in every other category, just not this one, then we'll get it added. If it's not in any of them, that would be because we don't have any of those currently.
the last one I noticed was, and this is something that I don't know if it's in the current ordinance, but in the study itself, there's something called a transportation impact fee condo townhome. And that condo townhome is done by dwelling, but it's not listed in the ordinance. And in my opinion, it should be listed in the ordinance because it goes single-family detached, multifamily apartments, mobile homes, and condo and dwelling seems to be the biggest, newest way to increase density. They're using condos and townhomes all over the city. And I really think that that category should be added to transportation impact fees because it doesn't fit in any of the other ones. So how do we charge transportation impact fees for condos and townhomes now?
Usually in a large
Usually you
scale
find the one that's
development.
closest to what it fits. But if it's in the study, because I can tell you, not everything that pops up is included in here. And sometimes you have to find what meets closest to that, or you hire somebody to help you come up with one that is a hybrid. We have done that. We have done that very recently, because this was done in 2011, a new type of business that wasn't even contemplated when this was put in, requires you to do something different. So, all that being said, as long as it was in the original study, I believe we're safe in adding it into this between first and second reading, as long as we're not creating something that wasn't thought of in the study at all. So we can certainly add that. Yeah, we'd most likely use multifamily for those things in the past.
Yeah, but multifamily only gives you 2310, whereas if you use condo and townhome, it's almost 2800.
We can add it. not an
It's
issue.
just an increase, and we may as
As long
well
as it's
use
in the
it.
study.
So, city attorney, just for the record, if we change this from 75% to a different amount, do we have to start that 90-day clock all over again?
Ma'am, as presented to the commissioners prior to the meeting, the title block on this ordinance is very broad, so there's no need for re-advertisement.
For public consumption, thank you, city attorney. I believe that's all the questions I have. I do have lots of comments on it.
Mr. Pearson?
What is the overall percentage again that this is going to increase the impact fees?
It's going to go from 42.5% to 75%, so that is 32.5%, if my head is working right.
Okay, at 32.5% increase, have we looked at what the impact for us will be on a negative side of things? I know that we've looked at the increased revenues, but will there be, in other words, when you looked at the increased revenues, was there an offset of folks not wanting to build because of the increase in impact fees? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
I believe I understand your question. I can tell you that it has been shown over and over again, impact fees have zero impact on whether somebody's going to actually come and build.
Okay.
We did the moratorium, it didn't get us out of the recession. We put the fees back in, it didn't stop us from going crazy building since then.
Okay.
The consultant, when we actually presented this in 2011, made that same statement, that there has been study after study that there is no proof that impact fees, whether they're in place or raised, have any impact, two different versions of the word.
Use that word impact.
Whether they deter or not, or promote building.
Okay, so next question. The Parks and Recs impact fee has never been able to, and by the way, this is from a 2011 study, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me divert. I thought we were supposed to redo or at least amend that every 5 years.
Don't have to.
Oh, because I could have sworn
There is.
back in the day when we did it originally, we said we had to every 5 years.
Don't have, that was more on methodologies, not on impact fees. They're not required to be done every year.
Gotcha, that's
And
where,
we
okay.
even took that out, I believe, on all of them because of the fact we wanted the commission to be able to not have to do one.
I guess so Parks and Rec still cannot be put on the commercial side of things, because I know that, is there
That's a
case
benefit
law, or is that state statute that prevents us from doing that?
I don't know which of the two that it is off the top of my head, but I know that you can't charge parks on commercial because the businesses don't use parks. So it's a benefit issue.
But they can potentially impact parks, so that's
Their
where my
impact
argument
would be, they would draw more people to the area, and those people, when they build a home, will pay the park impact fees, because they're the ones who will actually use the parks. A business does not use a park.
No, but the people who come visit the business may use the park.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? If you have the Brave Stadium, and they're coming as an attraction to the stadium, which is commercial, and they are staying in a hotel, it is a possibility that they are going to impact the parks. You see my argument?
I do.
So I have to wonder if a new study could find a way to put a small percentage on commercial properties or commercial, and maybe they have to be a specific commercial, I don't know. Only a new study would do that. That would allocate some contribution from the commercial side to our parks and recs.
We could do research on whether or not the legality of charging park impact fees to commercial entities has changed.
Right.
But I can tell you, everything I've seen has always said you can't charge park impact fees to commercial. It didn't break it out by type.
And can you break it out in just a portion of, it must be in the arrow, a portion of the impact fees? So in other words, if we got a consensus to look at the Parks and Recs impact fees and the legality of charging commercial properties, could we do that? Can we amend it to only look at that portion?
I don't see why you can't do that.
Okay.
First thing, like I said, step one is you gotta find out if you can legally do it.
I know, I'm just throwing it out there.
After we do that, then we'll let you know what you can do at that point, right?
Okay. This new business you spoke of where you have to constantly look at things and see what's closest, that's not included in here?
The latest one where we had to do that, no, because I don't anticipate another Major League Baseball entity coming to the city.
Yeah, okay.
And if
Oh.
it does, we have a study already. But, you know, a professional sports facility was not anticipated in 2011 as coming to the area. It wasn't included in the study. One came to the area. So we had an impact fee calculated that was a hybrid based on the multiple types of businesses there, or not businesses, but land uses. There's a stadium that has restaurants that got a portion of that. It was allocated based on hybriding the entire property.
But what if someone came in and put a motocross track in? We don't have something for that. We don't have sports, right?
Not like that, no, we don't. Obviously, the problem with that is I could create a study that's gonna come up with 5 million different land uses, and somebody's come up with one I didn't think of. You try to do the ones that are most commonly used and foreseeable as coming to the area.
In this particular ordinance, does it allow us to, or maybe it's a different ordinance or a different part of the code, does it allow us to, what is the word, not, or reduce the impact fees, prolong the impact fee collection, or defer them?
That is coming as a separate, second reading, I believe, City Attorney and I talked about
It's
that
a second
earlier.
reading.
Second reading on June something. I think the same day as this is.
That's right.
Okay.
But this, based on the advertisement that we already have issued with a 90 days notice, the second reading of this ordinance has to come back on June 11th. Otherwise, we'll have to wait 90 days because we have to re-advertise. And we currently have scheduled the second reading of the deferral of the impact fee ordinance to come back on the same meeting.
And I think we talked about how the reduction would mean that we would have to pay from somewhere else, wasn't that?
In the other ordinance, it's just a deferral. The code currently is it doesn't provide a lot of guidance about, it doesn't provide much framework for it, but allows the commission to waive completely, zero out, or reduce impact fees if there's a public purpose. So what the other ordinance does is also adds the ability to defer impact fees to that list, although the commission also directed a bit of a framework to be included for the deferral. That'll still leave the reduction and waiver in the broader sense.
But we do have the ability to reduce and waive
Under the existing code.
already.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With that, okay, I'm done.
That will not
No,
change
no, I'm done.
with the other
Not
ordinance.
bad, come back to.
No, that was
Sure.
it. I'm good then. If all that's coming back
Mr.
June
Luke?
11th, I'm good.
I calculated under the study that they did, page 9, talking about the level of service and then looking at the growth on page 12 or 11.2. I think the calculation of the 75% is extremely fair because it did not grow, the city did not grow at what they were anticipating. There's about a 4,000 population gap. I think that 75% hits it right on the money. I cannot advocate after reviewing this at 100%. I would have to say 75 takes us to where we need to be. Thank you.
No.
Sorry, I didn't know, I didn't have it on.
Oh.
Sorry, it wasn't on, sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I have no other questions, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Make a motion to continue ordinance number 2019-06 to June 11th, City Attorney, for second reading.
Motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. You want to do that, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to, just for everybody's little bit, if we had actually collected the 75% in fiscal year 18, we would have collected about $7.4 million. We basically left almost $3.2 million sitting on the table. That's a lot of money to be sitting around. I know that we have a impact fee, mobility fee study coming back. While the recommendations for the fire department back in 2011, just to maintain the level of service at 2011, was at 85% of what they recommended. We're still under that. And our level of service, because of our growth, has increased exponentially. The law enforcement, they recommended 100% because there's no other funding mechanism except for the general fund. And our law enforcement has to grow, and it's not just based on population, it's how many people come here. Back in 2011, we didn't have as much development. Now we have the Braves. We have so much commercial stuff that's going on. 100% is what was recommended in 2011. We're still cutting off our nose, and we're still leaving money on the table when it comes to law enforcement. That is, law enforcement and the fire is the number one thing that the citizens expect us to do. And if we're not collecting enough of our fees up front, how are we going to plan for the future? Transportation and parks, they suggested 85% to keep up with our level of service. Solid waste, they said keep it at 100%. So while I understand 75% is a good, happy medium because our population hasn't grown, while that's true, we do have a lot more visitors that use these services, especially law enforcement and the fire and our parks. It's a planning thing, and I don't know when the city is going to be having the impact fee study completed. I hope it's going to be sooner than later, because we really need to make sure that these fees are on target. Because if we don't, we're going to have to consistently keep raising taxes to keep up with the level of service. And that's doing a disservice to our existing citizens and our existing businesses. Growth is supposed to pay for growth. And I am glad to see that we're finally getting these impact fees adjusted accordingly.
Though I agree with the majority of what she said, I still, looking those numbers over, they said 185%, and that based upon the level of service that they were shooting for. And so I still am very comfortable with that 75%.
And can we clarify that that also includes all the amendments that you pointed out prior to the second reading?
I didn't think that.
Most of those would fall under Scrivener's errors.
Yeah.
So I'll make, do I need to make an amendment, City Attorney, or can I just add to the motion?
There's a complete table left out. That's what
There's one line in a table.
There's a line in a table. I'll make an amendment to the motion. That way then it'll be
Make it
cleaner.
safe. There you go.
Okay. Mayor, I'll make an amendment to the main motion to have the city manager and staff look over the government fees for the industrial land use type that was calculated incorrectly. For the city manager to take a look at the K through 8, the typo, it's probably a Scrivener's errors, but just to make sure it's calculated correctly. And in the parks impact fee, the category retirement community is missing entirely. And in the transportation impact fee, add the new category, I think it's new, of condo townhome that's not listed in the ordinance.
Oh, second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner,
Amendment.
sorry.
Yeah.
I have an amendment on the floor by Commissioner McDowell,
Really?
seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Let's take the vote
On the amendment.
on the amendment. That passes unanimously. Let's take the vote on the main motion.
Did anybody else want to speak to it? Because I know I spoke.
I have nothing more. Nobody hit a
No,
button.
but I will have another motion when we're done with this, if I may.
There you go. Commissioner Carrasone.
Yes, I move to research the ability to collect reasonable and rational Parks and Rec impact fees by commercial businesses.
Second for discussion only.
Motion
on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner Carrasone.
I just want to know whether it's legally admissible. And then if it is, we can have a further discussion. That's all.
I think we can do that with a consensus too, just have them bring back info to us
Well,
instead
I
of a motion.
already made a motion and seconded it. It's no.
Can I speak to that?
Yep,
Mayor?
Commissioner McDowell.
City manager, if we're going out to redo the impact fee study and mobility fee study, can we add that as part of their scope with the study and come back at that time?
It wouldn't fall under the mobility study, it would fall under the impact fee study. Yes, we can add that.
If it's legal.
Of whether or not it's legal.
I'm sure if it's not, they're not going to.
Well, that's what I'm asking for, is find out if it's
Exactly.
legal, but I thought we had already gone out to bid for that, so I didn't know you could add to the scope. Didn't we already go out to bid for that?
I'm not sure where we are exactly off the top of my head in that process. No, we have not.
Awesome, that's awesome.
So it's
So
being worked
that's
on,
another
so-
2 years away.
That being said, yeah, we can certainly add that as an add-on of whether or not we can legally do it.
The impact fee study has already gone out. It's going through the chain of approvals at this point in time, but the mobility fee study has not gone out.
So it's,
But mobility isn't gonna help us, that's transportation.
No, but I would imagine that they would, any applicable impact fee that we could charge, they would evaluate during that study.
Not usually unless you ask, because they just are under the assumption we don't charge X, so therefore they will not look at it.
I'm not sure I agree with that statement, that if we're asking them to help us do an evaluation of impact fees, I don't know that it's a scope change to say, by the way, we want to make sure that they're legal.
The parks, as
Correct.
it pertains to commercial.
As anything pertains to anything. I mean, the fact of the matter is, the law could have changed and nobody know it, that says, by the way, you can't charge transportation to certain people.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, to say that we want them to make sure that what we're charging is legal, and then we're charging everything that we're legally allowed to, I don't think it's a change in the scope. I think it's, I almost think it's an unsaid thing.
Well, as long as we can add it into.
Oh, add it into me?
No,
talking
Commissioner
about?
McDowell.
What are you pointing at me for? I don't want anything to do with that.
So I guess then I have to ask, because I'm hearing two different things about where are we in this impact fee and mobility fee study? We approved it to be done in fiscal year 18-19. Where are we on the status of it? Because based on what my answer is in my email and what I just heard, sounds like it's in two different places.
Is it in procurement?
The impact fee study is in procurement. We are still drafting the scope for the mobility fee study in coordination with Public Works.
So when you say it's in procurement, has it been out to bid?
No.
So,
It was done as an RLI.
Okay.
I can probably explain that better than I can.
Yeah, depending which one it is. There's a request, there's an RLI, which kind of remember exactly what those letters
one
stand
of those
for.
engineer
Letters of
things,
interest.
Yes.
so when an engineer comes back and says, hey, we can do this, and then we say, yes, we want you to do it, then they'll tell us how much it costs? Gotcha.
Yep, exactly what it is.
All right.
You ready to take the vote?
So, I'm delaying for Commissioner Carrison.
I don't know how long she's. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't know.
Emergency call.
This was something that she had requested to be added. So can you restate the amendment, please, Commissioner?
City Clerk, I can ask her. City Clerk, can you state it? Can you turn on your mic?
To research the ability to collect reasonable and rational park impact fees for commercial entities.
Let's take the vote. The amendment passes 5-0, unanimous. Let's move to the main motion.
That was
That-
the
yeah.
motion.
It
Yeah,
was amended.
It wasn't,
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
I'm
just
sorry.
a new, it was a
Sorry.
newbie.
All right. Moving on. General business item C, approve the interagency agreement regarding sharing juvenile offender information. City manager.
Favorite.
Drug this on woman. Oh, was that on?
Dun, dun, dun.
I'll allow our police chief to come up. He told me he does not want to go to jail for some reason.
Well, that's what we're voting on, whether or not he goes to
To
jail.
budget bail.
You are. And I personally think he looks a whole lot better in orange than I do, so
No.
Theo?
my goal.
Before you again is the interlocal agreement that is state statute mandated that sheriffs, police chiefs, school board must enter into. It's a statutory requirement. And I would appreciate the support in compliance with the state statute.
Put it that way. Commissioner Carrison.
Page 3B, where it says summary of criminal history, what is your definition?
Criminal history information pertaining to felonies or 3 misdemeanors if it was an adult would be charged.
Okay, so in other words, it's.
Crimes of violence.
Right, felonies, crimes of violence, as it's related to in section Florida State Statute 985.041B 2018, exactly as it's stated there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so why would we not say that? Because summary criminal history is vague.
Because this memorandum just copied what the statute required. It didn't.
Actually, that's not what it requires. Because I have it. It's actually 985 in here. So. I'll move on to the next one. In section C, and again, I'm only relating to where it is our part. Section C, it says regarding the reliability of information. What do we mean by that? Because as far as I can understand all of these state statutes, it's actually pretty cut and clear and has to do with a criminal violation as it relates to 985.04.
I personally believe that's legal jargon.
I personally believe it's. But that's another story.
Finally woke up.
Is that jargon? Is that legal jargon again?
So, again, let me just clarify.
I'm out, guys, I'm out.
The city of Northport did not put this agreement together. Let's be very clear.
That is
Correct?
correct.
Yeah. Okay, next, Florida State Statute 985. sunsets in 2021. Will this agreement die when that time comes? Considering its purpose is to comply with 985. And you can actually see it on number 2, where they discuss terms of agreement, where it does not notify that and notice that. Just says it's automatically.
Where are you seeing the sunset clause?
Of course, you're gonna ask that. I have to look
Because
for it,
I
but it was in
don't see that.
985 itself. It's in Florida State Statute 985. Let's see here.
Because in the Attorney General's,
To the question, Chief.
thank you, ma'am, appreciate that.
Section 2, term of agreement, beginning on page 3, says that the term takes effect on the last date of execution and shall renew every 5 years unless terminated by either party by providing 60 days advance written notice.
So, but I guess what my question is will this outrule the state statute sunset if, in other words, 985 goes away, right? But even though this agreement is, the purpose is to comply with 985, which I still believe is BS, does
If
this
the sta-
automatically go
If the
away?
statute no longer is in
That's what I'm trying to
existence,
get at.
then yes, the agreement would be null and void.
But this
I don't think
doesn't
that's-
say that.
I
I
don't think
don't-
so, Chief.
What's that?
The agreement does not say that.
The agreement doesn't, but I don't see anything in the sunsetting clause. She's found that in,
I was looking at that and then I got derailed. It is in, it should be in actual Florida State Statute 985 where it gives a number of years. Where's she gonna ask me?
because the agreement only specifies subsection 1C that we have to agree to, and that's confidential information.
I have too many notes because I started doing one thing, got derailed and.
Commissioner, I'm not familiar with which statute you're referencing regarding a sunsetting provision. But no, there's nothing in the agreement that says it automatically terminates if the chapter is sunsetted. Even though the purpose of the agreement is to comply with the particular Florida statute.
I can't find it.
However,
because-
city attorney, I would say though that if the statute is no longer in existence, we're no longer needed to comply with said statute.
I'll have to find it. I can't look through all these things and I should have had that in hand. Because I also looked up the Attorney General opinions as well as the history of 985. What kind of, now, so what you plan on sharing with this agreement is specifically criminal history as far as it's contained in 985.04, where it's a felony or a charge that would be considered an adult charge.
Correct, or crime of
felony,
violence.
for a crime of
But
violence,
crime of
or gang,
violences are gonna fall
or gang
under-
relationship, correct?
Or crime of violences are gonna fall under your felony statutes anyway.
Okay, so city attorney, as it is written here, again, in B, page 3B, where it just says simply, summary criminal history, could one concede that something as simple as an arrest, but yet not a charge, or not a felony, or not a found guilty, as that's actually spelled out in the portion of the school board, would that then be allowed to be turned over per this particular agreement?
I would, as the person who would be acting on the agreement, I would defer to the chief of police on that, because the phrase summary criminal history is derived from the statute that requires this agreement and requires this provision in the agreement, but it does not define summary criminal history.
However, Commissioner,
It is defined.
arrests do show up on your criminal history.
Mm-hmm. But yet, when you look at the, and I'm not gonna beat a dead horse, because I know I don't have support for this, but when you look at the intent of 985.04, it's not about arrests, it's about those arrests that are felony or are major crimes, and my concern is, you know, giving out that information that is not a violent crime or is not related to the state statute. And personally, I see every one of these entities getting into a lawsuit very soon, especially with the Marcy's Law. So I can't possibly support it as written, but I appreciate it.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the interagency agreement regarding the sharing of juvenile offender information.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything you want to say, Vice Mayor? Commissioner Luke, you good?
I'm good, thank you, sir.
Take the vote. That passes 4-1 with Commissioner Carrasone dissenting and with Chief Garrison not going to jail.
Much appreciated.
Or
Thank you.
City Manager, who was
Now
sworn
you
in, who
owe
was
us
sworn in
each
earlier.
one get out of jail free
All right.
card.
All right. Thank you,
Considering
Chief.
we've been doing it for this long without an agreement,
Thank you, sir.
All
I'm
right,
fairly certain no one was going to jail.
I am going to, do we have any public comment?
I don't think so.
Commission Communications, Commissioner Luke?
Kudos to, actually Sarasota County, who takes care of our fields. We got some really good feedback from over the weekend. There were some games, and the fields were complimented highly. In fact, people want to come from outside the county here because of the shape our fields are in. And that is the girls softball league, not the boys. And we have been working the last couple of years to improve that field for those girls. So kudos to
They're on
those.
Narramore, correct? The Narramore field?
Yes, they are. Yes, they
Actually,
are.
recently had the same communications from people on both Little League and softball, that our fields are well above all the others that they travel to.
Yep, and that was great
that's a-
communication.
Credit to everybody.
I'm not gonna say a whole lot about the events that I've been attending lately. I'll leave that to Vice Mayor. She's done an excellent job with the speaking and things that she has done at those events, so appreciate that. I attended the TDC meeting, which went over into Save Our Sarasota project, and so that was good. And then I was approved for the Utilities, Natural Resource, and Public Works Committee for Florida League of City. Thank you.
Debbie.
Debbie,
Whatever.
get going, Debbie.
Two things, and these are just thoughts for city manager to consider. The ribbon cutting day for the pool is fast approaching. It's probably 2 months, give or take, away. And I am wondering, how is that ribbon cutting going to take place? Please don't tell me we're going to be charging citizens to come to the ribbon cutting and then use the pool. So I don't know if you need direction to waive fees for that day for ribbon cutting.
If that's something you all want done, definitely.
Well, was it being planned to charge for people to come out to a ribbon cutting?
Won't be charged to come out to the ribbon cutting, they should be charged to go inside. I will check, but if you specifically want to make sure that we don't charge people to go inside that day, feel free to let me know.
I'm leaning
as a
towards,
group.
I'm leaning towards that it's free. We want them to enjoy it, check it out, and then come back. And if you charge for ribbon cutting day, I think that'll leave a sour taste. So I don't know how the rest of the commission feels about it, so Mayor, if you want to get a consensus on that, I'd be grateful, but.
I have a
Here comes Sandy.
I have a question and concern. My concern is that we have over our maximum capacity
Correct, that's what I was just
at the ribbon cutting, and therefore we can't let them all in, and then, I
Right.
mean, I would rather see us do an open ribbon cutting, but you're no use of the pool on that day, and then do a free Northport resident day later on or something.
You need to do something too.
Yeah.
So
I still think,
we've been talking about this. I haven't had a chance to go over it with city manager yet, but that is our same concern.
Yeah.
Is that there is a capacity. So I imagine that the ribbon cutting is gonna have a great deal of people there. So we would prefer that that ribbon cutting be more of a tour. That we
Yeah.
can do that day, everybody can see it.
like a
Tour
guided
of the
tour.
facility, not actually,
I heard
not actually in the water, and then open,
A short tour?
Are you gonna do like a soft opening or anything, just to make sure everything's rolling right?
that's another thing that I.
Maybe
that
city
we wanna
staff or
talk-
something can
Yep.
go and play?
I love that idea.
Yeah.
I wanna go.
We absolutely want to do a soft opening.
Yeah, then that way you work out the kinks with people that are in-house.
We need to change that alcohol.
Yeah, yeah, no.
Sure.
All right, so I think we'll just wait for staff and city manager to get their ducks in a row. I just wanted to start the conversation. What are we doing with it? Well, don't go too far. Sponsorship agreement for citizens to participate in the pool. You know, we talked about waves up on the thing. Where's all that information coming forth so we could start sending checks?
The tribute wall is on the agenda for the 6th, I believe.
Yeah, I've been pushing the sponsorship on my Facebook.
We've already had
so-
a couple
Okay, good.
inquiries on the sponsorship of the amenities.
I'd also like to give kudos to Commissioner Emmerich for the idea for planting some flowers. It was a nice touch for Memorial Day, so thank you for that. I was a little bit leery about it, but it actually did turn out nice, so thank you.
Look at you having some sort of good idea.
Happens once in a lifetime.
And even Leary was involved.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Emmerich will like this next thing. The Community Action Advisory Board that I am on no longer allows for vote by proxy or by alternates. So since Commissioner Emmerich is my alternate for the CAAB board, you're off the hook. You don't have to worry about that anymore because there's no alternates.
Oh, they stopped alternates, okay.
Stop the alternate.
Ooh.
You can't.
Well, why wasn't I an alternate on that one?
What was the CAAB?
Community Action Advisory Board. All right, and if we ever come to a time where Commissioner Carrison would like to take that over, it is something that seriously is in her wheelhouse. Because it has to do with the homelessness and helping citizens and stuff, but at the same time I say that, I also then say, well, maybe not, because it's more geared towards North County than South.
And very political, we know.
So just to give you a quick little, I attended Newcomers Day, which is growing by leaps and bounds, and I'm looking forward to the time where we have to find a new location and hopefully use our new conference area up at the Shannon Staub Library and the Technical College. Attended the groundbreaking for the Hampton Inns. Woo-hoo. I was a guest speaker at the Chamber Government Board meeting, also at the Tiger Bay meeting, and I did a guest speaking for a memorial/peace event up at the Trinity United Methodist Church. It was really a cool event. Attended James Buchanan's Town Hall, and of course, the Memorial Day solemn event, and that was great. So, thank you.
Hey, yeah, Memorial Day weekend, there was a lot going on, and I really just did want to say, I attended just about everything during the weekend that Commissioner McDowell did. And
Your pin too from Trinity.
My favorite pen. But I did want to just specifically point out, when I went to Trinity United Methodist, I was extremely, I guess proud, I don't know, but Commissioner McDowell gave a speech that's probably one of the best ones I've ever heard.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It was phenomenal. It jerked tears. It made you, I mean, everybody got up and was hugging her neck like it was good. And so just congratulations. That was a phenomenal speech. I know you were nervous about it. You even said, I don't know why I'm doing this. Got this guy out here. But no, it was
Here,
phenomenal.
why am I doing this?
There's absolutely no way I could have topped that. I would have been far down the line. So everything was great. The Memorial Day events were great. I'm glad we started at 10 because it was only 105 degrees as opposed to 125. It was hot, but it was a great event. That's all I have. Commissioner Carrison.
Well, I wasn't in town this weekend, as I am never in town during Memorial Day. So I missed a lot. I wish I had seen the speech Commissioner McDowell had spoke. It's actually my home church, believe it or not.
Oh, really? I did not
Yeah.
know that. Yeah.
So I'm very appreciative of all of our commissioners for partaking this weekend in the different events. I did get to go to a law seminar for MPO, which wound up being public records, sunshine law, quasi-judicial, a lot of stuff that I already knew, but some kind of new stuff on the quasi-judicial process. Just things that I tried getting through in that quasi-judicial ordinance the first time we brought it back that I think we really need to look at again, because the county does it differently, and you are really requested to spell out the reasons why you're approving it. So, because it complies with the comp plan, because it follows along with lines, blah, blah, blah. And then it covers you on the legal aspect of things. And so the way that we do it is just so odd and different. I think that we can fix it and straighten it up a little bit more.
I agree that would be an improvement, and
Exactly.
certainly if you ever deny, at some point I'm sure you will, a quasi-judicial action, you have to do that.
Have to say it.
In order to be able to defend it on appeal successfully.
And back in the old days, which I always speak about, I know, but we used to have 13 reasons why you would deny it and 13 reasons why you would support it. And all of it, I think, is still laid out in the planning and zoning, but it would maybe help to have those reasons again in that backup, because you can then just refer it and say, because it complies with the comp plan, because it complies with whatever those things
We
are.
can look at that too, because you may not have noticed, but in the ones that are, done by ordinance, those findings are in the whereas clauses and incorporated as findings of fact. So they do say, for example, that it meets the comprehensive plan.
Right.
So then
But
if you're gonna.
we should reiterate
if you're
that,
going
I
to
guess
den-
is what I'm trying to get at.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Then if you deny it, well, you need to explain, well, why is it
Yeah.
that you're denying it? If it's not done by ordinance, then those reasons are not incorporated, because you don't have the clauses and the findings of fact in the document.
So that was very interesting. And the other thing was that they're having a lot of problems with Marcy's Law, obviously. And they basically said that when it comes to public records, the only way that they're really going to figure out what Marcy's Law means is after there's so many lawsuits. That case law determines what it is that it's actually going to mean. And then what else? They talked about a little bit about social media, and again, not a whole lot of extensive law on it, so there's not a whole lot of things that can be said as to the way and the means that you go about it.
Amber's excited.
Yeah, I mean,
We're on the forefront banner holders.
unfortunately, there really wasn't a whole lot of research done, or a whole lot of case law to use.
By a whole lot of, I think you mean none.
None.
In the state.
Yeah, well, I think there was
Literally
one.
zero or one.
Yeah, I think there was
'Cause I was looking up
one
somewhere, yeah.
case, that they talked about, and I don't remember where it was, but, They did say that if you follow the advice of your attorney, you are not in violation, and you can use that as a defense. I already knew that, but I just thought, let's throw Amber under the bus a little bit. And they spent a long time on gifts, which I think that in our recent years dealing with some of the gifts that we've received, we've been very educated on that, thanks to the city attorney's office, and it's all the same. So that's about it, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I made it to quite a few events this weekend, but I wanted to wake up Ms. Belia back there so she can go home this evening. No, in earlier comments today, the lady had mentioned about Biscayne and how Biscayne is coming, and it has made a drastic transformation going down through there. It looks a lot cleaner, a lot neater. And when I had met with Chuck on Vets Park, we had looked at it. The park was almost in perfect condition a couple weeks prior to the event. And when I showed up to the event, they just knocked it out of the park. When they added the planters and they made them red, white, and blue, I mean, they just went that extra effort. And I just wanted you to convey to them that that is probably the first time in many, many years that Vets Park actually looked awesome for our citizens. Now, there's other issues that we gotta work on, and I'm not gonna get on the downer side, but we're growing. We need to make some adjustments for that growth. And other than that, it was awesome. You guys did a fantastic job, and I just wanted you guys to know that I appreciated it for one, and everybody said that the park just looked gorgeous. So thank you. That's all I got.
The only other thing I would like to add to that, Ms. Belia, was I actually did receive, 2 or 3 people came up to me at the event and congratulated you on how good Biscayne is starting to look. So let everybody know, this is the first positive comment I've received in 2 years, and I'm excited for it. I can't wait for more. Thank you.
Before you adjourn, I got a quick question.
Okay.
Who put this on, or who put this thing about
It's Heather.
affordable?
I'm about
Sorry.
to get to her. City Manager, do you have a commission update?
I do, real quick. I am bringing you an agenda item we just received today in the mail. You'll have it on the June 6th meeting to consider. One of the requirements is we have a voting delegate every year for the Florida League of Cities event. Vice Mayor McDowell was the voting delegate last year. Oh, but you were. Whether or not you want it this year, the statement of historical fact doesn't change. So what I'm going to be asking you all on June 6th is, who do you want us to fill this form out as your voting delegate? This is your heads up so that you can think about it. If anybody would like me to include them as a possibility, feel free to email me and tell me what to put in the agenda summary.
Anyone with lighter hair than mine?
Your hair's pretty darn light right now.
I don't have much, so.
I can wear a wig on that day.
That's your heads up. You'll have the agenda item on June 6th.
Okay. Thank you.
We usually go to it anyways. It's that last
There's your
day
first volunteer.
before-
Yeah, I think it's that last day of.
Is the only one on here that's been the voting delegate. So
Yeah, but
I honestly have no idea.
So much fun, especially when
Yeah.
you're not going to the conference.
Oh, well, that's different, yeah.
So
Wonderful.
I can't really answer questions onto what the voting delegate actually has to do other than
Nothing.
vote. But
Other than the
Vote
fact
on
that they do require that, that experienced people.
I say give it to the new guy.
No, he got screwed the last time.
What last time? You weren't a voting delegate last time?
No, not for that. For something else I've already got piled on.
You just got something taken away.
City
remember?
Manager?
the other thing I have is, I don't typically have a conversation about the travels that I've done, but I do appreciate the commission being supportive of the leadership travel that I just went to. It was amazing. It lived up to everything I was told it was going to be, and I look forward to you all benefiting from that.
And you weren't able to receive or give out communication, right?
Well, that was what lived up to the expectation. It was amazing to not.
And that was
No.
what I was going to say on behalf of the board. We
That being
appreciate
said,
the lack of communication.
It was rather enjoyable
Jason
to
did a
not
good
have a
job.
cell phone for 3 days. If you haven't ever tried that since cell phones came out, I highly recommend giving it a shot.
No, I've done it.
You don't want to go back to them?
No, it was very peaceful. I had phantom vibrations every now and then. I'm like, oh wait, I don't have one. Shut up.
Whoa.
Wow.
Well, that was, all right, we're moving on. City attorney,
Done.
is there anything you would like to say about the city manager?
An oath one time.
All right, now we're off to Miss Giggles down here.
Miss Giggles.
Yes. Okay, at the June 6, 2018 budget meeting, there was discussion on attendance at the Affordable Housing Conference. So we have a spot for one commissioner to go. We would just need to know who it would be. It's August 26th to the 28th. It's $425 for the conference, plus the mileage, hotel, and per diem.
I don't have enough of my kitty left.
I'll tell you what, I'd gladly give up FLC to go to this, if that's possible.
I'll tell you what,
Because it'd be like a
I would
even
gladly vote
exchange.
for you to go to this if you went to FLC.
I don't have enough money in either to do both.
Me either.
All right, you can have some of my kitty money if you do FLC. I'll vote for you
Which
to go to
is
this.
automatic anyway.
I think we're all pretty much in the same boat.
Over and over and over again.
So are you needing that decision tonight?
City manager, do you know when that social services needs it by?
No, I don't know the exact date. They have not registered yet themselves, social services. The direction, the conversation was for somebody from the city manager's office to go, I believe, or the city commission. I believe it was an or. I don't believe it was an and. Correct me if I'm wrong, 'cause you guys I know just reviewed it. Social services is sending somebody to go to it. So regardless of whether one of you go, we will have attendance there.
Okay.
If that helps you all.
I think staff's fine personally myself.
Too.
Well, if staff is gonna go, I would definitely like a detailed, in-depth report, so that way then it will help us be able to tackle some of these housing issues that we all hear about on a very regular basis.
We can come back and give you information on it. I just wanted you all to know that, yes, we are sending somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I do
That
think,
is a poolside reception.
I'm
But-
interested in going, so.
I was gonna say, I mean, if that's what we're looking for, then definitely we should have somebody that wants to go. And
That's
Yeah, I'd-
Monday,
Well, this is
just
about
because
how-
staff is going doesn't mean Commissioner McDowell can't go.
Wednesday.
It does look.
Doesn't even mean that you can't go, so.
Right, I mean, it looks like a good opportunity.
I mean, I'm I'd love to go. I think that it's something that we are absolutely, as Commissioner Bell said, absolutely, something we need to pay attention to.
Your guys' travel budget is your guys' travel budget.
Yeah.
You guys get to make the decision. If you both want to go, one wants to go, or everybody wants to go, it's up to you
I
guys.
think they only have one.
One, oh, okay. Well, I
Okay,
guess
well,
it's not up to you
if
guys.
Commissioner McDowell wants to go, I'd say, you know, let us
The
know.
the only way that I would consider going is if I can cancel FLC and go to this instead,
Can't,
because I can't do both.
are you talking about cancel the one we just talked about?
No, the FLC conference that's in August.
Oh, okay, I'm not going.
Which is the one I was talking about. That's the one where the voting delegate
Yes,
is.
that's the one with the voting.
Yeah, except for I'm not going to
But
FLC.
the reason why is that you just don't wanna do two things in
Right.
I
August,
don't have
right?
the travel
Right.
budget
But you
to do both.
because
No, I
he
don't.
he hasn't spent enough. You
Yeah.
have not gone over your travel budget.
No, I'll be happy to get my budget out.
Exactly.
I appreciate that, but it's just.
Nope.
It's just me.
I'm just
I
teasing you.
have a budget and I try to stick to it, so. If you could please let me know if I can cancel the FLC before I commit to this, and we'll go from there.
Is there a backup for Commissioner Carrison to go if you can't cancel?
I'll go if she can't go. Unless, of course, the good Lord gives me some other.
All right? Is that it? You good? We're adjourned. You're ready. I was trying to get you.
I tried blocking her so she